for growing food and be posted as "No dogs are allowed." There are plenty of other dogs and open spaces where residents may take their dogs. In fact, my fellow plot holders who have family canine members also support no dogs at the garden policy. Not allowing dogs in the garden sends a clear message versus dogs are okay as long as they are leashed. Thank you for listening. Tammy Wong.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments that have come in?
We have no other, Chair.
Okay. All right. Are there any agenda changes?
Staff does not have any changes.
Okay.
Chair, can we pause the meeting real quick? We're having an audio issue.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just saw, Liz, that it was just cleared up.
It is? Okay. Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and move on to the first business item. A1, election of committee chair and vice chair.
Chair, before we go there, I think this would be an ideal time to have a quick introduction of our two new members, our honorary commissioner, Sheila Munn, and Gina Griggs. So I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit, each of you, if you wouldn't mind doing a quick introduction and tell us a little bit about yourselves so that we can get to know you, and then turn it around and have each of the existing commissioners do the same really quick. So with that, Commissioner Griggs, would you mind going first?
Not at all. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gina Griggs. I am very pleased to be on the Parks Commission. I am excited to work with all of you and excited to work for our community and see some projects through to their end, which is always very exciting and builds a lot of community trust. I moved to American Canyon with my husband and our older daughter in 2008, and then our younger daughter was born in 2009. So I now have a 20-year-old and an 11-year-old. My younger daughter attends River Middle School now, currently. She promoted from Napa Junction last year, and my older daughter graduated from American Canyon High School in 2018, and goes to school actually in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And I'm very active with the schools. I was on the PTA board the entire time my daughter was at Napa Junction, and I help out with the American Canyon High School Choir. We're actually having a virtual crab feed on January 30th. And if you're on social media, I'm sure you've seen it and you'll continue to see it. So get tickets, participate in any way you can. They're a great group of amazing students. I'm also on the parent advisory committee to the superintendent to stay involved with what's going on with the schools, and a River Family Foundation member. I work at the hospital at Queen of the Valley as a nurse auditor, and my husband is director of supply chain. So our latest news is that we both received our second vaccine on Tuesday, and I'm feeling fabulous. He had a couple days of body aches and is back to normal today. So that's who I am, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Ms. Munn, would you like to do a quick introduction?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Sela. I'm a junior in high school at American Canyon High School. I've lived in American Canyon since I was about 1. I love it here. I am really school involved. I swim for the high school. I play volleyball for the high school. I also play water polo for the high school. I also participate in the American Canyon High School Choir. That's my elective. I participate in several high school clubs such as SAT Prep Club, Med Club, We Charity, and Red Cross Club. I'm also an officer for an upcoming club. It's called Active Minds, and it targets the importance of mental health.
Very good. Welcome. So I realized as I'm looking back at the agenda, I thought there would be a good place to do an introduction, and I realized we missed commissioner comments on our agenda, so that was where I was intending to do the introduction. So, Chair, if you don't mind, maybe we jump back a quick second and give the rest of the commission an opportunity to provide any other updates they may have and do a quick introduction of themselves.
I guess I'm already checking out of my job. Sorry. Okay. So we'll go ahead and jump back to commissioner comments. Sorry. We'll go ahead. Commissioner Namrel, do you have any comments this evening? An introduction of yourself a little bit.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Boy, it's good to see the PCS Commission back to full strength, so that's cool. So my name is Clarence Mamrell. I've been a PCS Commissioner since 2013, resident since about 2004. That's it for me. Let's see. So Commissioner comments. The Kiwanis Club of American Canyon will be having its own crab feed March 6th, Saturday. So we're not going to interfere with the choir one. They're equally important. We need to fundraise for our community. It'll also be a pickup type event where you pick up the food. Let's see. The American Canyon Arts Foundation is having its general membership meeting Tuesday, January 26th at 7 o'clock via Zoom. This is a really good time to join if you're into the visual or performing arts. And the website to join is www.amcanart.org. And that's it for me, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Einberger?
Yeah, my name is Kristen Einberger. I've been on the commission for about 6 years now, I guess, and I've been a resident, just like Clarence, since 2004. My work really is with seniors, and especially seniors with memory impairment. And I am co-president of Seroptimist in American Canyon, and we are fortunate enough to do a few projects with the city, which we really appreciate, and that's been a really good collaboration. We have bingo coming up next Thursday night at 7 o'clock, and you can check on Facebook on American Canyon Seroptimist to find out about that. So that's me.
Thank you. Commissioner Servente?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Karina Serventi. I've been a commissioner for PCS since 2015. I think Kristen and I had the same amount of years in the commission. I work for NBUSD. I'm the community liaison at American Canyon Middle School. And my son is a sixth grader at ACMS as well. So it's kind of fun to be, at least for me, I don't know about him, to be in the same school. And I've been there since 2015 as well. I've been president of PTO at Canyon Oaks was president of Canyon Oaks PTO for 2 years and on the board since he was in kindergarten. I actually was very involved in the PTO before he was in kindergarten, so since he was in preschool. I had a lot of friends that were on the board and I helped out there. I'm a member of several organizations here in town, Kiwanis, and I volunteer around town. I was awarded the Gateway Award in 2016. It's like the Oscars here in AC. I think Director Wright told me when I got the news that I was the youngest Gateway Award recipient. I don't know if you remember that, Director. but so yeah, I do a lot of outreach and volunteer in everything I can in any organization that my son is active. I'm always volunteering and trying to make it better. And right now I'm involved in the site council. I'm part of site council for ACMS, and the good things, one of the great things we happened this Christmas, among all the COVID mess that's been going on is I've been doing Adopt a Family for about 6 years, and this last year, all these organizations, Kiwani, Soroptimist, the American Canyon city employees, they all help out, and I would say we were, with all the donations and all the support, we were able to adopt 27 families for the holidays. So that was really, really a high note to end 2020. I'm looking forward to, I have 2 more years on this, on PCS. I'm looking forward to continue to serve the city. And that's it.
All right, thank you. So I'm Kathy Margolati. I've been a resident here since 2002 with my family. I have my 2 daughters and my son. My oldest just graduated from college at Chico State, and my middle daughter's in the nursing program at Chico State, and my son's a sophomore at ACHS, and I teach at Donaldson Way, and I was lucky enough to have my kids go to school while I was a teacher there, and get to be a parent and a teacher. Been really involved with all of the activities that they've been involved with growing up. With Ahi Swim Team was probably the one that we definitely dedicated the most time to. My daughter's was a competitive dancer, so I spent a lot of time in Benicia with that, and North Bay Performing Arts, and on the board, and just volunteering wherever I can. And recently I just became a board member with the American Canyon Community Parks Foundation, so I'm really excited about that new hat that I'll be wearing and getting to participate in as my kids are older and active in less things. I'm looking for ways to continue to serve. A couple things that are coming up, and one thing might be talked about later in the meeting because it's a partnership with the city, but the Heart Your Parks will be coming up in February, and it's going to be something really fun to look forward to. There'll be a heart walk through a few of our parks, so some of our local artists will be painting some large hearts that will be in the parks that you can go and see. There'll be nature art, looking for that through the Curiosity Kids Nature Series. Hearts and Souls will be some things that'll be hidden along the different trails, things to be hiding and refinding. And Search and Solve will be offered by the City of American Canyon, so there'll be some fun things, so look for information about that. And there'll also be a membership drive in the month of February. And then another thing coming up is the Wild Napa, which is going to be really interesting because it's about ocean tides and in the Napa community. And since American Canyon has a lot of that, it'll be really interesting. So that is going to be on Wednesday, January 27th, and it will be, of course, on Zoom. It'll be virtual, but it should be a very interesting event. So that is all that I have. So I guess now we can move on, correct? To business item A1?
Yes, Chair, we can go ahead and do that.
Okay. So did you want to give the background information on that, the process?
Yes, give me 1 second. There we go. Okay. Commission, we have our city attorney, Mr. Bill Ross, joining us. He's going to provide a brief update or a brief overview on conflict of interest items for the Commission's benefit. Mr. Ross?
Oh, thank you. Great. Good evening, Chair and Commission members. there's been a specific issue that's come up that has been an issue in the past, I think at least once, but I'd like to comment on it because it involves what I think over the history of the city has been common, is that there's been a lot of benefit derived from the American Canyon Community Parks Foundation with respect to the city. That's what's known as a California nonprofit public benefit corporation. And currently, I think you heard the chair say that she's accepted a position as director with the foundation. So you may recall there's a state ethics provision where basically decision makers of local government have to be familiar with state ethics laws, and that includes what's known as pure conflict of interest, financial conflict of interest, and then there's a common law, a lawyer term for what's known as things that don't look good. And lawyers, of course, and courts have come up with a phrase. It's called the appearance of impropriety. I have a paralegal in my office that calls it the smell test. Anyway, let's stick with the more formal term. I've done an analysis of that issue because there's no question that the nonprofit has afforded both assistance in terms of staffing, resources that are financial, all kinds of things that I can think of. I'm sure you're all familiar with some of them. In any event, the issue comes up with, well, is there a conflict of interest in being on the commission and also being a director for the foundation? And our conclusion is no. It doesn't mean that there aren't going to be issues that come up. But I think if you just let me explain the standards a little bit, it might be helpful for the future. There are three categories that I indicated that state ethics laws cover. And the idea there is to make sure that any local government decision isn't influenced by, say, family membership or personal benefit or personal financial benefit, or to encourage confidence in government. It doesn't look good, all right? How does that come up with a nonprofit? I think the city's fortunate, like many cities are in the state, where there's a lot of citizens, like the current chair, where they serve on community benefit corporations, both organized in this state, California nonprofits, and in other states that basically do business here. The law is, as long as there's no financial gain in the nonprofit, there's no conflict of interest, no financial conflict of interest, or no appearance of impropriety. Now, if I walked in off the street and I saw, like with respect to A5 on your agenda tonight, that there's a story walk, and that's going to be of benefit to, it's going to be very near my residence, and I found out that the chair was also a member of the foundation, I might question, well, which role is she sitting in? Is she a commissioner, or is she a director for the foundation? The best way to look at it is there's no benefit to her either way, to be blunt. She doesn't make any money being the chairman of the commission in deciding that that's a good idea. And being a member of the foundation, she doesn't get compensated for that. So there's no conflict there. Plus, all the functions that you perform as a commission are advisory. You advise the community development director, you advise the city council. Sometimes there's a combination of those two. So your function is advisory. None of your decisions are final in the city sense. I say, okay, thanks, Mr. Ross, that's really interesting. then why are we discussing it? Well, in some instances, there is a conflict. All right. Let's give an example. Suppose as an engineer for the city, you invent a new process where you design a system at intersections where you automatically go over one of those power sensors in the pavement, and not only does it trip that signal, but it automatically goes into a computer program that times all the signals along Highway 29 after you turn left at North Napa Junction Road across from City Hall, right? You have an agreement with the city that things you develop as an engineer are your property. So you decide to set up a nonprofit corporation and market that on a basis that it's going to be a public safety item, right? So you become a director of that nonprofit corporation. You also decide you're tired of being an engineer, you want to run for city council. So you run for city council, right? You get on city council, and the issue comes before city council as to whether or not the city should buy the program that you created for your nonprofit when you were an engineer. The answer is going to be you can't do that. You're getting money in the nonprofit when you market that program. You're also a decision maker for the city. So to go to the third level, the appearance of impropriety and the confidence in government, that's why the opinion was requested. That's why I'm appearing before you tonight. It's been analyzed, and on all three levels, there's no conflict. So, Chair, you can continue to participate as a member of the commission. You can be active as a director for the foundation, even though they're mutually beneficial. There's no question about that, monetarily, staff-wise, resource-wise. So that's why I'm here tonight. Myself or other people in my office will monitor the agenda. So if it looks like anything is going to come up or this issue is going to come up again, we'll be present during the meeting. But I want to set the basis because there's a level of concern, and I think it's understandable, as to serving on both bodies. Is there a conflict? The conclusion's no. So that'd be the presentation. If there are any questions, I can answer them.
Bill, I'll ask for you to clarify just your term of director, because that is, I think it has a connotation of something in the corporate world where there is generally compensation for that role. I just want to be clear that the role that our chair is filling, as well as all of the board of the foundation, are board members, which are volunteer, non-paid members of that organization. Right.
Yeah. Okay, so corporations are organized in two ways, and well, in a variety of ways in California. But there's nonprofit public benefit corporations, and there's corporations that are organized for profit. They have some different formats, such as limited liability companies or limited liability partnerships. But this is a PCS commission meeting. It's not a law school class, right? The point is, both corporations that I referenced are governed by board of directors. Most private corporations, those directors are paid. They get paid to attend the meetings, make decisions to fulfill what the goals and purposes are of the corporation. Directors for the foundation are the same thing. Only all those directors, there's no compensation. If at some time in the future there were compensation, I think the conclusion that we've come to would have to be revisited. But right now, that's not the case. So the compensation part of it from the private side is important to show that there isn't an appearance of anything going wrong. Forget the word impropriety. The idea is there anything wrong with being on both the board and the commission? And the answer is no. One of the principal reasons from the private nonprofit side is there's no corporation to those directors. So, Creighton, does that address the issue?
I think so. Thank you.
You bet. All right, I can see by the look in your eyes that was very clear. You understand everything I said. Thank you so much.
I do have one question if I could ask.
Sure.
I know in the past when we've had a community group that's come forward that if you were on the board of a community group and then there's something that comes to the commission in relation to that group where I'm not sure if a motion had to ever be made, but that you would step away and you wouldn't participate in that discussion. Is that something that would be
Appropriate?
appropriate for this as well?
My advice would be no. But what I say when there are issues, for example, let's just say you're on the city council someday where your decision is final. It's not advisory. And there is an issue of an appearance of impropriety. Remember how I characterize that. I say, and most lawyers in my position would say, that's your choice. As long as there's full disclosure, on what your role is on both sides, you're not precluded from participating, no. But that's your choice. But I think it's been explained they're both forms of organizations of business entities. City, the commission's part of the city. It's a municipal corporation. It's authorized to do business in the state of California. The foundation's a nonprofit, public benefit corporation. It can do business in California. It has, no question, it has a significant budget each year, and they use that money in various ways to support things in the city. Absolutely. I would say ultimately the choice is yours, but in terms of any legal restraint, there is none. So you're free to participate with your status in both as a director for the foundation and as a member of the commission.
Thank you.
Okay, I was planning to add an item to the agenda, be C. It'll be a test about conflict of interest at the end. So I'll go off for now, but then we'll come back on and I'll have some questions that I'll ask you. How about that?
Well, Bill, I did give Ms. Griggs, our newest commissioner, a heads up that she'll have to complete that ethics AB 1234 training here eventually sometime soon. So she will really have to take a test on it.
She will. If you want to take it from me, you can do it from me, but my course is, I think it's harder. So there. Do it online, it's easier. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Bill.
Unless there's any questions, I'd like to depart.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we've gone a little off. Now we're ready to go back to A1?
Yes, let's go back to A1, yes.
I can take a back seat. Okay, election of committee chair and vice chair.
And Chair, I'll have Ms. Lozano will be doing the brief overview of this topic before turning it over to the commission to talk about.
Okay, thank you. So annually, the Parks and Community Services Commission elects a chair and vice chair. This typically takes place in December's meeting or January. The primary responsibility of the chair is to run the commission meetings and to meet with the director occasionally to discuss agenda topics. The vice chair will run the commission meeting if the chair is absent. Typically, the commissioner that is selected a chair assumes the duty of running the meeting immediately after the elections are completed. So that will take place today. Whoever is elected to chair will be running the remaining of the meeting. At this point, it's up to the commission if you want to do a vote of who will be the next chair and vice chair, or if you want to do a rotation, it's completely up to the commission of how they would like to proceed.
Okay. So I don't know. I know what has typically happened on the commission, that it's been a rotation. So I'm not sure if if there's any comments on if that's something that would like to be continued. I don't know how to put that out there. Is there a discussion about if that's the way you'd like to continue it as a rotation as far as commissioners go? Yes?
Yeah, I think we've been doing rotation since I've been in the commission, and I think it works really well. It gives everybody an opportunity.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
As far as the rotation goes, with this current rotation, who would that put as chair?
It would be you.
No.
Congratulations.
That's my question.
So
That would be cruel.
the way that the vice chair would normally fill the chair position as far as rotation, but that seat has been vacated. So I believe the order then next was Commissioner Mamrell, and then Commissioner Sorvente, and then Commissioner Einberger.
I think it was Commissioner Mamrell and then me, and then
Okay.
Commissioner Sorvente.
Okay.
Yeah, I always went after Commissioner Einberger.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then it would be then Commissioner, if we were to make a motion to have Commissioner Mamrell be the chair and Commissioner Einberger be the vice chair.
I would like to make that motion.
Okay. Is there
I
a
would like to
second?
make a motion for Commissioner Mamrell to be chair and Commissioner Einberger to be vice chair.
And I second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Congratulations. Here is the gavel.
Okay.
Did you take it?
Ooh, hold on. Virtual gavel. Thank you.
There you go. I can't on my camera. There you go.
Real oh, you can't see it. Real gavel.
Oh, there you go. See, we were
Okay.
good on that passing.
Good job. Okay, everyone. Moving on to business item A2, provide advice on affirming the community garden policy limiting each household to one plot. So, Director Wright, some background on that, please.
Yes, Chair and Commission, I will be doing a bit of an overview, and then at the end of my overview, I'm going to be turning it over to Miss Flathers. She is was our admin clerk here, and who managed the garden for us for the last several years, and recently has received a promotion. So this is her last kind of official duty of the Parks and Rec Department before moving on. Actually, she's already moved on, but we held her over for a little bit. So with that, Chair, I'm going to get into a bit of my overview here. So our community garden, as y'all are likely aware, is off of Elliott Road in between the power line alignment, where what we call Elliott Park, kind of in between Elliott Park and Northampton. Its purpose is to provide a space where residents may plant and grow vegetables and other small plants for their personal or family benefit. There are opposing garden missions and purposes where it is more like a collective. You know, everyone works together to plant and ensure that the crops grow, and then they harvest them and they kind of divvying them out. There's also options where gardens are more for the benefit of a group in need. Say a nonprofit, very commonly, there's one in Vallejo that's like this, where a nonprofit manages the garden, they harvest their fruits and vegetables, and they give them out to those in need. Our garden isn't either one of those two options. It is really for the personal benefit of those who are renting the plot. Our gardeners have pretty close to near complete control of what is planted, when it is planted, how, and for whose benefit it is, although I know that there is some sharing that occurs. I want to add some context to this conversation. The city community gardeners receive a lot and are charged very little, and this is going back to a historic precedent for us here in the city. The city has been very gracious in the space and resources, mostly water, that it provides to support the garden. We provide plots that are 15 feet by 20 feet. There's only one other city that we're aware of that provides a plot of this size, and their fee is $130 for the year. Most common size is 10 by 10. Regarding fees, we charge an unprecedentedly low fee of $15 a year. This fee is approximately half of the next lowest fee that we can find in our region, our area. The most common fee is between $50 and $65 for a plot that's about a third of the size of ours. The pandemic has forced us to reevaluate all of what we do as a department. And one of the biggest evaluations we've had to do is looking at the fiscal reality of our department and the programming that we're offering and taking an in-depth look at costs and fees. Initially, last year in the early part of the pandemic, all of our fee-based programs were expected to cover their direct costs. That's still the case today. Aquatics was our first program where this was most evident, in which as we started offering aquatics programs again in the early part of June, we had to increase our fees 50% to cover the direct costs of offering that service. As more programs come on board, they're going to be under the same kind of scrutiny, and we're going to be evaluating the benefits and attributing their cost based on the benefit derived, whether that's personal to the individual or to the community. Frankly, our next program after the garden that we're going to need to look pretty close on is summer camp. It's like the garden, in which we have charged a very, very low fee for a pretty high level of service. The focus of our discussion tonight is based on fair treatment of the gardeners internally, which is why some can have multiple plots and some cannot. And for residents more broadly, should residents who gain no benefit from the garden have to subsidize it through tax dollars and other things? I bring this item to PCS tonight to ask your advice on these two questions. In looking at the garden and evaluating it based on other similar programs, recreation programs, we made a recommendation based on what we feel is fair both to the other gardeners as well as to our residents. We ask your advice based on the staff recommendation. We expected both of these issues to garner concern, frustration, even anger from our current gardeners who have benefited from it for so many years. Internally, we've been kicking this can down the road for years, and the pandemic, unfortunately, was our trigger that allowed us not to do this any longer. We have received comments via email, and we'll be sharing with those in a little bit after Cherry does her presentation. As the chair, or former chair, mentioned, that there is a lively discussion on Nextdoor on this topic, although those comments cannot be considered here directly for consideration. I expect that we might have some folks that will be interested in commenting here tonight and perhaps even calling in to provide comment on one or both of these topics. Ultimately, we're trying to find the best solution for the community and realize that discussion and dialogue is our best way to do it. We have notified the plot holders via email. The message did go out later than we were hoping for. It didn't get out until Tuesday, and those that didn't have email got a phone call to notify them of this topic going to PCS. I encourage PCS to review the report and the presentation from Cherry here in a second, ask questions that you have on the facts first off, gain and listen to public comments after that, and then bring it back to the commission to talk about and provide us advice ultimately based on what you feel is best for the community. With that, I will pause here and turn it over to Ms. Flathers, who will be doing a staff report on the more specific details on each of these topics. I think it's probably best at this point to take one topic at a time, although, Chair, maybe we can have a quick discussion. Do you want to do one at a time or do both presentations back to back and then talk about them together?
In terms of flow, let's do one at a time. Both topics are, in my mind, distinct and worthy of discussion.
Okay, very good. So, Ms. Flathers.
Good evening, Commissioners. The community garden, as Creighton had mentioned, is operated by the City of American Canyon Parks and Recreation Department. The community garden is intended to provide healthy living and recreational benefits for the American Canyon community. Prior to the incorporation of American Canyon, Vallejo and American Canyon residents shared a community garden on private land along Highway 29. Gardeners at the time were able to maintain more than one plot at that original garden. In 1986, that's when we moved the garden to its current location on Elliott Drive, and at the time it only had 72 plots. And again, the gardeners from the original community garden were grandfathered in and were allowed to keep their multiple plots. In 2013, the community garden expanded to its current 102 plots. Pretty much all of the plots are leased out, and we have 12 people on our waiting list, and some of them have been waiting on that list for a while. The community garden is a popular sought-after community activity. During the COVID-19 pandemic shelter in place, the community garden became an important mental health relief, and its requests for garden plots have increased. Current policy limits new gardeners to one garden plot per household. As mentioned previously, some longstanding gardeners have had multiple garden plots. This does cause tension as current policy doesn't allow it, and further, some newer plot holders question why we are holding two different standards. If all current gardeners were limited to one plot per household, according to the policy, 18 garden plots could be released and distributed to the community members that are on the waiting list. Currently now, one person does have 4 plots, 3 households have 3 plots, and 11 households have 2 plots. It's the staff's goal to best manage the resource, trying to serve as many residents as possible in a fair and equitable manner. Limiting each household to one plot seems to be the best way. As far as fiscal impact, the action has no budget or fiscal impact. So some of the alternatives that we as a staff have come up with is one, we could gradually reduce those that have more than one plot. So we wouldn't just take it off right away. We would reduce those who have 3 or 4 plots to 2 this year. Those with 2 plots can keep those this year. The following year, we could reduce to 1 plot per household according to the policy. With the first year, 5 plots could possibly be freed up, and then the following year, 18 plots could be freed up. The second alternative is we could change the policy, allowing 2 plots per household. This may result in more interest in plots than what currently exists, increasing the wait list. This would initially free up 5 plots. Allocating second plots would likely need to be tiered, allowing newcomers first and multiple plot holders secondly. It is our recommendation that we affirm the policy limiting 1 community garden plot per household.
Okay, I also understand we have public comment on this matter, so that can be read into the record now.
Chair, if you wouldn't mind, if there are any questions the commission has on either my comments or Ms. Flather's comments about the situation, not providing direction, not providing advice at this point, but just clarity questions. I think that would be best before we take public comment.
That sounds good. Okay, so commissioner questions. We can start with Commissioner Griggs.
Thank you very much, Chair. I had a question regarding the notification to the current plot owners. When they were notified, what specifically were they notified of?
They were notified that this item was going to the commission tonight, and they were provided links to that information and referred to the both the agenda topic, the agenda, as well as the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
And I should say, they were also asked if they wanted to comment on it. They were given the basically the first couple paragraphs in our agenda that identifies how to make a public comment.
Great. Great, thank you. Honorary Commissioner, I hope I'm saying your last name right. Hamun?
Yeah, H is silent someone, but it's fine.
Oh, Moon. Okay. Honorary Commissioner Moon, any questions or clarification?
I don't think so.
Commissioner Cervente?
Thank you, Chair. I was on the wait list for the many years ago. I gave up being on the wait list for the garden. I think I waited for like 2 years before I got the call. I'm wondering, do you have an average? On your report it says that some of the folks that are being on the wait list right now, you have 12.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like an average amount of folks on wait lists from the past, and how long do they wait?
So last season, we actually did a really good job at managing the wait list. We were able to give 9 plots to new gardeners. I did look at the wait list today, and it looks like the last person or the very first person that's on top of that list, their date of the wait list when they were entered and called inquiring about the garden is March of 2020. So they are about a year out, but we are pretty much at full capacity at the garden. And some of these plots were forfeited last year, so we were able to get more than we expected into the garden. So there are a lot of new gardeners out there this year.
Okay, and also I see it costs the city $8,000 per year for the whole garden to maintain, just for water. And then the admin. Any other costs that you're not adding, or?
So, Commissioner Cervente, that would be the next topic. We're focusing on just the number of plots at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Margolotti?
Yes. What do you know? What is the standard practice for other cities as far as plots? Or maybe they have more plots available, but what is the common practice for plots per household?
Out of the research that we've done for the past year, it is usually 1 per household. That's what they hold on to.
Okay. And then my next question would be, is there space to expand? Out there, I mean, it seems like there's a little space around it. I am sure there's a cost with that, but has that ever been discussed as far as if there's interest in expanding?
Commissioner Margolotti, that's a good question. The year after I started here with the city, we did expand it and added 30 more plots to it. There is a little bit of space that we could potentially add on to further to the east. So there is, I suppose, potential to do that. It's not been something that has been a great priority for us at this point.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Einberger?
Yes, I have a question about, says the current policy limits new gardeners to 1 plot. When was that policy initiated?
As long as I've been at Parks and Rec, that was what the policy has been. Previous to that, it has stated in every handbook that's delivered every year that it's 1 per household.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll jump in and just add one point of clarification. When I started with the city, the verbiage with the 1 per household was unclear and was vague. And so when I started, the year after I started, we added the clarifying language. It said 1 plot per person, per resident, something along those lines. And clarified it to figure out what is the way that we could best clarify what had been the intent, which was per house. So at that point, I added the language of household being the standard that we used in American Canyon because it was the most concrete and clear.
Thank you.
Okay, so last one. So my points of inquiry are going to be about, well, is there a lease agreement? Is there a writing that the city engages in with each plot holder?
Yes, Chair. Every year, every community gardener is given a handbook and an acknowledgement stating that they received the handbook, that they will abide by the rules of the handbook, any information that they want to forward. They have access to the Parks and Rec office. We give them our information and make ourselves available, but they do have to sign the handbook agreement and the lease agreement in order to renew their plot.
Okay, and that happens yearly.
It's annual, yes.
Okay. There's no copy of the handbook in this business item, so we'll rely on kind of your memories of on you for what's in there. So specifically, is there a notice requirement for any changes in the terms of service?
I don't believe so. I can, Liz, would you mind pulling up the handbook real quick and see if it's in there? That is a very good question, Chair.
It's the lawyer in me.
I'm sorry. Liz, can you say that?
No, it doesn't look like we have any current language
Got it. Okay.
regarding that. point.
Following up on that, okay, so looks like there's no notice requirement.
Chair,
Or yes.
you know what? I forgot to ask this, but and I don't know if it's on the. I don't remember from the agenda. The plot holders or the ones that they have plots right now. Are they from town? Are they AC residents, or are there any that are non-residents? It's been brought up on social media, and also some of the people that send public comment were curious about that.
No, from the staff report, there's a mix of AC residents and non-residents. What the breakup is,
Do you
I don't
have
know.
okay, so does staff have a breakup of how many are AC residents and how many are not? And going with, if you want to continue to lease to non-AC residents, are they going to be treated just like you treat any non-resident that does activities in town? They pay more.
Sorry, Creighton. So I can tell you the number of non-residents. So out of our 102 plots, there are only 12 non-residents. The remaining 91 are residents.
So do we want to consider, having the same, model that you do with the activities in town that non-residents pay more?
So at this point, I think that would be a great discussion item after we hear public comment as it relates to coming up with some advice for us. We do not currently charge a different fee for non-residents in the community garden. Everyone is charged the same.
Does Vallejo have a community garden? Or Napa?
Napa did have a garden. As of right now, it doesn't look like it's functioning.
Okay, and
It is
Vallejo?
not.
Vallejo does have, the one that I researched and pulled information off of is St. Vinny's in Vallejo.
I'm just wondering if maybe also there could be some research done by staff and reach out to the Vallejo staff or the Napa staff to see what their policy is on non-residents. If non-residents even are able to rent over there.
Well, so each of those are unique situations. Napa's doesn't exist any longer. It was on a piece of church property that the church took back ownership for it across from Vintage High School. They have no other community garden in the city of Napa. Vallejo's community garden, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Cherry, as I remember this, it's run by a church and it functions more as a service to the community and not for the personal benefit of those that they don't actually rent plots. It's more like their church service tends the garden with the proceeds they receive, the harvest that they receive, they give back to the community. Do I remember that correctly, Cherry?
That is correct. There was a second community garden in Vallejo that is now no longer a functioning garden also. So St. Vinny's was the best model that we can get out of the Vallejo area.
Back to Commissioner Cervantes' question, some of the other research that Cherry did do is that there are cities in our region that do have non-resident fees. If I remember right, Cherry, Davis is one that I can think of.
Yes, so Davis is one. One of the other communities that I did take a look at was the city of San Francisco. They have community gardens everywhere, but because of the demand of community gardens, their waiting list is pretty long-standing, and because there are so many people on that waiting list, it has been only open to residents, just because there's so many residents that have been in there and have shown interest.
It's just really, it concerns me that we have 12 people on the wait list. I'm assuming they're residents. I'm sure you have that data. Mm-hmm. And then you have 12 non-residents using the plots. So I'm just kind of concerned for our residents. They're paying the local taxes, and they live here in town, and I feel that they should be first in line before we.
Yeah, and again, a lot of these people were grandfathered in from the original garden where everything had originated from.
I see.
So if Chair, I can bring it back to you, and we're focusing on questions around the presentation and the facts of this current situation. And I think if we're done with questions, we probably should move on to the public comment before we start providing advice, direction, commentary.
Yes, yeah, I agree. This is an appropriate point. If there are no other questions of clarification from the commission, we can move on to public comment. So, okay, seeing no further questions, let's move on to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. So we have one public comment on this matter. It comes from community member Tammy Wong, and it reads, Dear Commissioners, below please find my public input on agenda item A2, provide advice on affirming the community garden policy limiting each household to one plot. Being able to grow my own food has been invaluable to me, particularly in the most recent year. Food security is an important issue for all of us. I am glad the topic of enforcing one plot per household for all garden plot holders is finally being addressed. I don't envy the Parks and Recreation Department for this task of applying one rule consistently. I do think it is about time this inequity is addressed. I never understood why I had to wait 5 or 6 years for my plot while a non-American Canyon resident held 4 plots, did not even garden on all of the plots, and was allowed to continuously renew at a subsidized rate. This is one extreme example, but it bothers me as actual residents continue to wait to participate in this Parks and Recreation program. I have communicated these concerns repeatedly over the years. Instead of limiting the discussion to 1 plot per person, I would encourage a broader discussion of our usage of the community garden. I support adoption of immediate guidelines that prioritizes use by American Canyon residents. 1. Community garden is managed as a resource for American Canyon residents foremost. 2. American Canyon residents on the waiting list get first priority for newly available plots. 3. Set an overall limit on the number of plots that can be held by non-American residents. When that threshold is met, non-American residents cannot renew or be assigned a new plot. 4. Immediately assesses a fee multiplier when more than 1 plot is held. First plot is $15, second plot is 15 times X, third plot is 15 plus X plus Y, fourth plot is $15 plus X plus Y plus Z, with non-American residents paying a higher multiplier rate for the privilege. To have a fully informed discussion, I believe more transparent reporting should be provided on what percentage of plots are held by current residents versus non-residents. Should renewal of existing plots by non-residents be allowed while American Canyon residents are on the waiting list? And if multiple plots are going to be grandfathered in for any plot holder, American Canyon residents should have priority over non-residents. Additionally, I would like to assure that there is wide notification given when items like this appear before the commission. I got an email on January 12th, 2 days prior to the meeting. Email notification with a short lead time to respond seems disproportionately favored to those who have email. Read their email frequently, and understand how to navigate the process of online meetings and public comment. Given the agenda item was rescheduled and planned in advance, it would have been more inclusive to provide written notification to plot holders, which until now has been the standard for receiving communication about the community garden. Thank you for listening. I'm interested in your thoughts on this topic and available for additional conversation at any time on this topic. Sincerely, Tammy Wong, American Canyon resident, community plot holder since 2017.
Great. Okay. Thank you for reading that into the record. Well, at this point, I think if there are any further questions, this will be appropriate to do that. And after that, discussion on the topic, so that we can provide guidance and our advice on this. So let's see. Any further questions of clarification? Nope.
Do we have any public comment on the phone?
We have none. We certainly can offer it or open it for anyone to call in, for sure.
I think we should, yeah.
Well, while that may or may not happen, while we're waiting for that, I think it's appropriate now to open up the discussion on this issue amongst the commissioners. Let's see. Honorary Commissioner Moon?
Thank you, Chair. I'm supposed to provide a question? Is that what you're asking?
Well, no. At this point, the department is looking for guidance on the issue. The issue is the community garden and, well, generally, there's quite a few issues actually, but it's the community garden and limiting the community garden to 1 plot per household. So this is an area now, not really for questions, but for guidance. In other words, what are our thoughts about this issue? You know,
I didn't really think about the non-resident part of it, and I think Commissioner
Cervente
brought it up, and then how Tammy Wong brought it up. It does concern me that there are non-residents owning lots, and then all residents of American Canyon are on the wait list. So that is kind of a concern that I see from both perspectives. I see the need to raise the fees, and I see the need to limit people. I agree with that, but I also am kind of on the edge of the non-resident part. So I think that's one of the main concerns for me.
Okay. Thank you, Honorary Commissioner. Commissioner Griggs.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I feel that a 15 by 20 foot plot is quite large, actually, larger than other plots in our general Bay Area. I feel that kind of like when you rent a studio apartment, you are forced to make the best use of your space, and only having that 1 plot available would cause a natural response of best use of each individual plot and eliminate wasted garden space, which I heard in public comment seems to be an issue as well, that not everyone is using all of the available space, yet we still have a waiting list. I believe that we should be fair and equitable. There's a waiting list. And as far as the residents versus non-residents, if you're willing to drive to American Canyon to have a garden plot and then tend it and then drive home because that is important to you, I don't necessarily feel that you should be jumped over by a resident in a waiting list, because you're probably going to be on the waiting list forever. However, I would be supportive of an increase in fees for non-residents versus residents, so that there is a benefit to gardening in your own community, but you're not disallowing non-residents who want to drive and have a community garden plot. So I believe that it should be limited to 1 plot per household, and then we see what happens with the waiting list from there.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Griggs. Commissioner Cervente?
Hey, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I definitely are pro reducing the plots to 1 per household. I do think it needs to be done in stages. But I don't believe that 1 person should have 4 plots. It's just, I'm not a math whiz, but that's a lot of land for $60 a year. So I think we really need to do something about it. Maybe in in the course of this year, do it on stages, let them know, 30 days in advance, whatever you need to do. I'm sure Chair Monroe, with his lawyer brain, he'll be able to guide us. But you have Bill Ross too. I also I'm very pro non-resident and resident fees. If we're doing it for all the other activities that we have in town, we should be doing it for this as well. If they want to benefit from coming here, and I think it will be a good opportunity for them to advocate in their town. To open those community gardens that they're closed. This is a good chance for them to start something either in Napa or Vallejo, and get their community gardens going. I think it's great that the City of American Canyon has been managed and been able to have our community garden open. I just don't think it's fair. I was, like I said before, I was on the wait list for 2 years. I gave up, and it's just too long for a resident to be when you have all these non-residents there. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Cervente. Commissioner Margolotti?
Thank you. I think the biggest thing that bothers me is that there's a wait list that's been sitting there for a long time, and that there's multiple plot holders and current residents that aren't able to access the community garden because of that. So I would definitely be advocating for, or my opinion would be that one plot per household would be fair in that regard, to reduce and not have a wait list. I think that as far as the residents and non-residents, you said that there's not language in the current contract about that. So I think it would be good to, moving forward, to have that clarified. I think people that have been there, to grandfather them in, but moving forward, if there needs to be language about that, would be helpful. And also, I know you also talked about notification of if there's changes and having that language in there. I think that'd be really important. And I think, if it's, I really don't like that there's a wait list, and I think one plot would be good for that reason. And if there's room to expand, if there's that much interest in it, and there's room to expand, and it's not a big expense to do so, that's something else that gets looked at, so more people can garden as well. So that would be my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Einberger?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree. I think that we should limit it to one plot per household, especially since the current policy of one plot per household has been around for a few years. So, it's been discussed before. So I would be for instituting that now, the one plot. As far as the resident, non-resident, I think we should grandfather in those, well, they're already grandfathered in, but allow non-residents to stay with their one plot. But as far as the wait list, put residents at the top of that wait list, and then if there are still plots after the residents get in, then non-residents. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay. Wonderful. So this business item is to ask for advice. And well, here's mine. The lease agreement, or the writing, everybody's going to be, that's the document that's going to set forth every party's rights and obligations. So a notice, I'd recommend notice language. Without notice language, right now, I think the standard would be, did we give reasonable notice? And of course, that would only be examined if a plot holder, we change the policy, and a plot holder decides to sue the city. We don't want that, but any judge looking at this would look to that lease agreement. So, let's put in some kind of reasonable notice clause in there so everybody knows. In fact, the public comment, a lot of the public comments are talking about what's notice. So let's clarify that in the writing. I agree with, I think, pretty much most of the commission. One plot per household. We have kicked this can down the road a lot, and I think it's time to remove. It's time to rip off this Band-Aid. Let's see.
So,
Also,
Chair, on that note, can I just ask for some clarity there? Because I did hear from, I think, maybe two of our commissioners who are interested in a graduated, multi-year kind of wind down to one plot, as it were.
Right. There are some of us that favor that that the gradual reduction, and others are one plot per household. I mean, you're asking for advice. We're not looking for a motion or a vote on this unless that's helpful to you.
Chair, when you get a chance, I would like to, Director, I don't think it's multi-year. My comment, at least, if you're referring to my comment, is give them a year. I think when you say multi-year, we're going into 2-3 years. That's too long.
Okay, so let me clarify the timing that we have. So we are scheduled to go into renewals in February, so next month, in which at that point, what I'm hearing you say is that folks who have multiple plots this next year, they are allowed to keep those, and then that following year, it goes back to one plot. Am I understanding that correctly?
I can't raise my hand in the thing. It's not showing. So at some point, I was just wondering, because on here on the report, it has for the staff consideration for number 2. It talks about as far as a gradual reduction. Well, first, it's hard to say what's gradual when different people have different numbers of plots. So if you have 2 plots, I suppose it's gradual that you only have 1. And what's the number? So I mean, there are some recommendations here as far as the reducing. People who have 3 or 4 to 2, and those with 2 would keep it this year, and the following year go to 1 per person. So it's just a 1-year plan from what the report shows, correct?
Correct, yes.
Answering your question, Director, the person that has 4 plots, they should immediately be reduced to 2 plots. The persons that have 3 plots should be immediately reduced to 2 plots. Then everybody has 2 plots, and then the next year, everybody will have 1 plot. Does that make sense?
I understand that. Does the commission agree with that?
So I don't know if the rest of the commission agrees with that, but that sounds fair. So right there, we will free a few plots for to take care of the wait list.
Right. The other advantage to that plan would be that we provide at least 1 year's notice.
Yeah.
To everyone.
Exactly. Everybody will have 2 plots. For what Miss Tammy Wong said, the person that has the 4 plots, they don't even use the 4. That's for her feedback, but on her public comment. So, you know, I think it will be fair, and you know, they're gonna be mad, but you know, we want to make sure that we're fair to our community members. We want to be fair to our residents, and a whole year for them to, you know, plan, and it's more than enough. So, thank you.
Director Wright, is that enough guidance? I'm pretty sure we don't need a motion on this.
So let me go back and just make sure that I understand. So add a notice clause in our handbook. We are continuing to move forward with 1 plot per household. However, we are going to be implementing, looks like alternative 1 that is included in the staff report, which is to say that anyone who has 3 or 4 plots currently be reduced to 2 this year, and I actually heard anyone who had 2 would go down to 1 this year. Did I get that right, or are we sticking with it as it's written in the staff report? The staff report.
What we said is anyone that has 2 plots will be reduced to 1 next year, so they have a whole year of notice.
Okay, so that is the alternative 1 that is included in the staff report. That is the way it reads. Or that's the intent of it anyways.
Correct.
So we currently have 12 people on the wait list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that frees up 5 plots for this year, leaving 7 people on the waiting list. How long have those 7 people been on the waiting list?
So the oldest standing person on the waiting list is from March 2020.
Okay, so they're fairly recent.
So they're fairly recent. Like I said, we moved a lot of people off of that waiting list, and they were given plots the last season.
Okay.
So I have a question. Do the people that have more than 1 plot, do they know there are people on the waiting list?
I don't know that answer.
Generally, we do not inform current gardeners of those that are waiting for spaces. So I would say no.
I'm wondering if that may be a good idea, if some of them really don't use all of it. I mean, especially the one with 4, they'd be going down to 2 anyway. But if there's someone that really isn't that interested, but they think for the cost, hey, I may as well keep 2. I mean, could we let them know that there are other people?
Yeah, we can certainly inform them. I have to say that Ms. Flathers has done a wonderful job in the last couple of years of dialoguing and talking with those gardeners who seem less, less interested in gardening their plots and understanding their real motivations. And a lot of the turnover that she mentioned last year came about because Cherry really engaged those folks that currently had those plots and kind of frankly asked them, if they're not going to use it, you might as well give it to someone else. So as much as we don't inform them of the wait list, we have been fairly aggressive with those who don't seem to be using them to their fullest and encouraging them to either get more active or give it up.
And there is verbiage in our handbook every year stating if they would like to give up their plot and forfeit it, they also have that option.
And we have, for what it's worth, had some plot holders that have given it up mid-year.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry. The last point of clarification that would be helpful is the non-residency piece. That wasn't a specific item that we were asking for, but it has come up, and it seems like several of the commissioners are interested, and I would be interested to hear if there is a consensus advice relative to non-resident as it relates to the plots and assigning folks from the waiting list.
I heard, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, fellow commissioners, that there is a consensus that residents of American Canyon should have are preferred for selection of a community garden plot if they're on the waiting list. Sound correct? Now, how that translates into action, you'll let us. That's our advice, but you let us know. I guess maybe that needs to be part of the writing of the lease agreement as well.
Yes, it will definitely be an addition for sure. So then the other point that I heard is that we are to allow non-residents who are in the garden currently to remain, and then we are going to be implementing this prioritization based on new gardeners as they come in through the waiting list. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, I think that's accurate.
Okay.
Also, Director and Chair, also that non-residents should pay a higher rental.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a new item, and that's probably related to our upcoming the next issue.
I would agree, Chair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, okay. So, Director Wright, that's probably enough guidance.
That has been very helpful. Yes, thank you.
Good. Wonderful. Okay. So, moving on to business item A3, provide advice on adjusting the community garden annual plot fee to $100 per plot per year to cover direct cost of managing the community garden program.
And Chair, I'm going to turn this right over to Ms. Flathers to do a report on the fee staff report.
Okay, so as we stated, each community garden plot is 15 feet by 20 feet with an annual fee of $15 to obtain and renew a garden plot. This annual fee has remained at $15 for the past 20 years. The City of American Canyon is responsible for providing water services, yard waste receptacle services, and maintenance of the common garden walkways in the garden at no cost to the gardeners. After conducting a cost analysis of our garden expenses, each garden plot costs approximately $100 to maintain. After researching area community gardens in the Bay Area, the average fee for a garden plot, and they're mostly smaller plots, itself is $60 for residents with an average deposit of $40. The fiscal impact is currently we receive approximately $1,500 per year in community garden plot fees. The community garden costs the city just under $10,000 per year to maintain and manage. The single greatest cost is the water. The water costs a little more than $8,000 per year, and our admin costs to manage a program cost approximately $600. Then the maintenance cost is about $1,000. Staff proposes adjusting the fees to $100 per plot for the year. This would generate approximately $10,000. For those who have financial hardships, we do have a scholarship program that is available that they can use to cover any of those fees. One of the considerations of the staff is to ramp up the price adjustment over 2 years to soften the increase. Staff recommends increasing the first year to at least $75 to cover the majority of the water costs. Staff recommendations are to adjust the community garden annual plot fee to $100 per plot to cover direct cost of managing the community garden program.
So, Chair, I would ask if the Commission has any questions on any of the information that was just presented by Ms. Flathers, and then we could read some items some emails that we have into the record for public comment.
Great. Yes, Honorary Commissioner Moon?
Thank you, Chair. No questions.
Commissioner Griggs?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Cervente?
Thank you, Chair. Are the scholarships that you mentioned here on the report, are the scholarships for residents only?
Yes, scholarships for all of our programs are only open to American Canyon residents.
Okay. I think it would be a good idea to put that verbiage in there.
Nice.
And are we just questions or comments as well? Or we were gonna wait for public comment?
Questions and clarifications at this point.
Okay, so no recommendation yet, right?
Not yet. It's coming. Commissioner Margolotti?
A question, the deposit, is that as far as what other places do, it has a deposit, is that an annual deposit that's paid or a one-time deposit? Or what have other cities done?
So average cities, they renew every year. So a lot of people that don't come back, they get their deposit back, but it is a one-time for most of these community gardens.
And currently, our city doesn't ask for a deposit.
We do not ask for a deposit.
Okay. And then by asking the $100 to maintain it, that's the cost of running it. There's no profit. The city's not making a profit on it, correct? It's just covering the cost. That is what's covering the cost. Correct, just clarifying. And then I know that there's been discussion about the resident and non-resident. Other cities only have their plots open to residents. So is there language in other cities about non-resident fees?
There are non-resident fees for UC Davis. The community gardens, they do have fees that are a little more than resident fees, but they do still pay the same deposit amount.
Okay. And so, were there any cities where you got the average fee? Did any cities offer a plot as large as ours?
Honestly, I think the only comparable one, it was UC Davis.
And they charged how much per?
$60 for their largest plot, which is a little smaller than ours. It's an oval shape. So where ours is huge square plots.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Vice Chair Einberger?
No questions. Thank you.
I have a question about the amenities at the community garden. Is there a compost bin that's free for use for all the users?
Like, do people bring in their own compost and put it out there?
Yeah, well, specifically, one of the public comment emails I saw was, sorry, wrong one. Well, I just wanted to clarify whether there is a compost bin at the community gardens.
There is no compost bin.
Okay.
We do provide the just the waste from the garden. So any plants or yard waste.
Yeah, so we do provide yard waste bins, and then we bring in at the end, quote unquote, end of the season, a large yard waste bin for a short duration for folks to remove their end of season plantings and put them in there, because their normal, the normal bins that we have out there are more than full at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I guess specifically, there was a public comment email that I was reviewing earlier, the compost bin that has been supplied for the community garden plot holders is free of monthly charges. That was confusing to me. So factually, there is no compost bin there.
Yeah, so we do yard, there is no,
There's yard waste.
to specifically answer your question, there is no compost bin there. However, the trash and yard waste that is in the garden is free of charge. We are not charged by Recology. There is no cost that we are passing along to gardeners because we're not charged for it because of our franchise agreement with Recology.
Okay, great. Thank you. Second question, water. How, for a user of the community garden, how do they water their plants? Is there is there a hose there or something? I don't know. Well,
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have our main garden walking path, and within that path there are smaller walking paths that are shared between the gardeners, and in between those paths we have water spigots, and everyone has attachment to they can attach their hose and use it for their gardens.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions.
Chair, sorry, I just
Yes.
got some information from one of our community members about Sambini's community garden in Vallejo. They actually have a website, and they have the forms to sign up for a box. Their standard box is 4 by 8 by 1 feet. There's a deposit of $50 and a lease payment of $50. And then there might be also a community garden in Mare Island as well. So, so just so you see the comparison, we have a 15 by 20 feet for $15, and
Yeah.
they have their box is 4 by 8. So it's pretty significant. Just wanted to put that out there. I just got it from one of our community members.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Serventi. That is a very helpful point of comparison with other communities. If there aren't any other questions for information and clarification, I know that there is some public comment that can be read into the record.
Yes, Chair, we've received 5 public comments regarding this issue. So I will go ahead and read them in the order I've received them. The first one comes from Fred Adam. Last name is spelled A-D-A-M. And his message is, another failed community asset by incompetent staff at American Canyon, much like the failed farmers market. Rather than raising fees, it would be better to reduce overpaid non-essential staff, Deadwood. That's going to happen anyway as a result of no money. American Canyons does not have a good reputation by surrounding area. Continued reduction of community benefits and services will continue in the future. If we can't afford the garden, shut it down. Fred Adam. Public comment number 2 comes from Kevin Craze. His last name is spelled K-R-A-S-E. Hi, I would like to reply to the proposed changes in the community garden. I have had 2 plots since moving to American Canyon in 1987. I'm currently growing a winter cover crop on the 2 plots to improve the soil. I think that it would be available for the spring and summer. If the plots are limited to 1 plot per family, this would be wasted. Also, if the fee is raised to $100 per plot, I don't think it'd be worthwhile to rent a plot. We grow mainly tomatoes, cucumbers, and squash in the plot, and I don't think it'd be worth it to continue renting. I would have thought that a reasonable raise in the cost to rent a plot would be more about $5 increase. But a 700% raise is extreme. If this happens, I will leave the community garden after 34 years, and I think a lot of other people will leave. Kevin Cross. Number 3 of the public comment comes from Jose Anero. and his last name is spelled Naranjo. And he writes, I was just made aware of the proposed fee increase and proposal to limiting the amount of plots in household to one plot. The proposed fee increase from $15 to $100 is outrageous. There are not many activities in our town, and increasing fees by almost 700% is cruel. During these rough times, people use the garden as a stress relief, and if fees need to be raised, so be it. But an increase of 7 times what is currently costing us, outrageous. Many people, like our family, have been tending the same plots for many years. My father and I have a group of 4 plots that we have maintained for a good 15 years. We feel that maybe families with multiple plots should be gathered in. We manage our plots throughout the year and do not let weeds overgrow, etc. during the off-season. We are in unprecedented times, and such a fee increase and losing our plots that we take pride in would be horrible. I'm sure the city can think of better ways to raise money than increasing fees by almost 700%. This is very unjust. Jose. Our 4th comment comes from Tammy Wong. Last name is spelled W-O-N-G. Dear Commissioners, below, please find my input regarding Agenda Item A3, Annual Plot Fee. Since receiving the privilege of becoming a community garden member since 2017, after waiting 5 or 6 years, I have enjoyed it very much. I have always recognized and appreciate that the fee is a subsidized rate. Within this discussion of rate changes, I understand it is merited and I am not opposed. However, given the proposed fee increase from $15 to $100 is very steep. The optics of notification are particularly troubling. As far as I know, only an email was sent on January 12th in English with no written notification. Those who may be least able to pay the increase are also the most impacted by the short notice. Not everyone has privilege of checking their emails frequently and being able to respond on such short notice. There are also gardeners for whom English is not their primary language. It would also be fair to assume that there are some gardeners not on email. Also noteworthy, most are not familiar with the process of providing public input via Parks and Recreation Committee meetings. So yet another hurdle to participating in the process. It is unclear from the information when a price increase may become effective. Before any changes are implemented, I encourage a public workshop with more in-depth information to be provided and true dialogue happens. Otherwise, it's just another one-way push of information from city to residents with a limited ability to provide input in a specific format versus an exchange of thoughts giving residents the opportunity to be heard. Specifically regarding the proposal and increase of the annual rate, a clear distinction is needed in the rates for American Canyon residents versus non-AC residents. My reasoning is as follows. Number 1, the land is owned by the city, so it's a city resource, so it should benefit the residents primarily, not out-of-town residents. Number 2, American Canyon pays high rates for its water, which is primarily resource expense for the garden. Therefore, the water subsidy benefit should be for the benefits of its residents. Number 3, there are a limited number of garden plots. American Canyon residents should have priority. Number 4, American Canyon residents live closer to the garden. Encouraging non-AC residents just encourages more traffic and air pollution. Number 5, any fee subsidy for City of American Canyon Parks and Recreation Programming should primarily benefit city residents. Based on the information provided in the staff report, there are no American Canyon City residents on the wait list. I am not opposed to non-American Canyon residents utilizing the community garden. However, preference in terms of ability and cost should be given to our residents. The fact that non-residents are offered the same subsidized rates as residents, to me, is a shortfall in the city's management and budget plan. To have a fully informed discussion, I believe more transparent reporting should be provided on what percentage of plots are held by current residents versus non-residents. There should also be a workshop with consideration of the fee increase should be how it is implemented, what the non-residency rate should be. More information should be provided as a strategy for a review of all parks and recreational programs, fees, funding. This is necessary to maintain equity or equality for all parks and rec programming, or equity for all parks and rec programming, excuse me. Thank you for listening. I am interested in your thoughts on this topic and available for additional conversation at any time on this topic. Sincerely, Tammy Wong, American Canyon Residents. The final comment comes from Sam, and his last name is spelled Q-U-I-R-O-Z. It says, Dear all, thank you for the opportunity for the solicitation for responses to the concerns stated in the Park and Recreation Services Commission Staff Report Item A3, Community Garden Annual Plot Increase from the current annual rate of $15 to $100. We community garden plot holders understand as agreed the ability of the Parks and Recreation Department as the right and authority to increase the plot rental rates accordingly or as needed. However, here is a list of a few concerns stated to me by many plot holders in the past 2 days. Number 1, lack of notice of intent to increase the plot rental rate as case in point and summary of concerns as listed below. A, letter sent to plot holders dated November 20th, 2020 regarding garden plot renewals for the 2021, encouraging plot holders to renew online. However, there is no mention to plot holders of intent of increased rates. B, while stating cost analysis and research of area community gardens in the Bay Area, it is not known of differences, higher density population, demographics, available open space for community garden plots, unit price of raw water cost resources, or gray water, potable water that is used in those gardens for a fair comparison. C, as well, a common practice for well-written agreements and/or language as follows. For each renewal term, landlord may, in its sole discretion, increase the amount of annual rent payment by blank percentage by notification 3 months prior to the start of such renewal term. D, since the current full-time gardeners, plot holders, were not informed of the 666% increase in the rental rate, many of the plot holders have invested since November 2020 time and money and preparation in their plots for the 2021 spring, including plantings that will produce by early summer for fall plantings, if not unable to afford the annual increase in their home budget and may have to forfeit their plantings and expenses. E, a major concern may be with plot holders that have limited budget or sustained a job loss due to the coronavirus pandemic, and fresh vegetables may help families through the year with sustainable and nutritious source food. F, inclusive concern. I am unable to attest to this concern is how well was the outreach to the plot holders addressing the rate increase and ability to understand as well as navigate in the electronic format as a second language as a potential barrier? Question mark. G, the November 20th, 2020 letter makes mention of empowering the community gardeners to become more connected and involved. These short notices without community gardeners' input does exactly the opposite, discouraging involvement and disappointment, and results in disconnection and stifles improvement. H, I have sources that informed me the compost bin that has been supplied for the community garden plot holders is free of a monthly charges and cost. I, to the best of my knowledge, the City of American Canyon Maintenance Department has only contributed one single cutting with a tractor mower down the main aisle in the year 2020. If this is the case, we may revisit the charges that are being claimed. Most of the gardeners' common areas is maintained only by a few garden plot holders, as well assistance for other plot holders that may require physical assistance with tools and required assistance for proper placement in the compost bins due to the high sides of the compost bins. J, I have not been advised personally in the past 7 years that the water usage in the community garden is metered to know how much water we are using so we can make informed improvements in our gardening methods in reducing the cost as well as reduction in water usage with improved methods like drip systems. To summarize in conclusion, we could collectively have a greater impact of cost reduction and improvement in gardening methods for water reduction and to include member of the community garden with input and common goals. Respectively, Sam, plot holder N2.
Okay. Thank you, Liz, for reading all that into the public record. I also wanted to kind of make note that having 5 separate comments for in a PCS meeting is actually quite extraordinary. We don't typically have that much public comment, and I think that kind of directly goes to the kind of reasonable notice that was provided by the department to get that much public comment back. So, so if there aren't any other, well, are there any further questions from the commission for clarification or further information?
I have a question, Chair.
Commissioner?
Terry,
Yep.
Sorry. Chair, you said that each plot has a water spigot that they attach their own hose to for watering purposes. Is there anything that would limit an individual gardener from attaching a drip system to that spigot?
I don't know what a drip system is, so I can't answer that. Creighton, do you know the answer to that?
Yes, I will take a stab at it. Generally speaking, the spigots are for community use, and we don't have anything in the rules that say you can't, although we discourage tying up each individual spigots for a drip system.
Okay, thank you.
So it's possible, but discouraged.
I guess presumably because another user would have to unhook the drip system so that they can water.
That is correct.
How many spigots are there?
So we have A through Q, and there's one every other walkway. So A has one. The next set would be C over so.
So you're talking about 10 spigots for 102 plots.
No, there's
2 rows. Yeah, so
Okay.
it is
So
split up.
20.
Yeah, so the first section is rows A through Q, plots 1 through 4, and then the second side of the garden is A through Q, sections 5 and 6.
Okay. Okay, so more like 20.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I actually,
yes.
Chair, I actually have a little piece of information. I want to be fair to, the 5 residents that provided a public comment. And I just did a really quick search on community gardens around Bay Area. And I used to live in San Rafael in Marin County. And they have a few community gardens, but the one in the canal and the one in Terra Linda. So their plots are 15 by 30 feet. That's a full plot. Or they have 7.5 by 15 because they actually do half plots. So if you want to rent a full plot, it's $71 per year at the Terra Linda. And then at the Canal Community Garden is $70 per full plot, $35 for half, and then for non-residents is extra $10. So just to give a little bit of consideration about the fees and what is going on in other cities. Of
Mhm.
course, San Rafael is way bigger city than we are, and they get a lot more revenue than we do.
Right.
So, but I want to make sure that everybody, has that in consideration when we
Right.
give out our report.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Cerventi. Yeah, it's important to keep in mind the public comment as well as what's happening in other cities when we deliberate on our own city. Oh yes, sorry, Commissioner Margolotti, some more questions?
Sorry, my hand disappears. I had a couple questions. So, of the estimated cost for the garden plot, how much of that is water usage? Because I know it's mentioned like and when you're comparing it to another city, their fees for water might be different than our fees for water. So, is it really an apples to apples comparison when you look at plots? Because cost for water might be different. So I guess there's two questions, like how much of the cost is water for that? Is that a significant portion of what it costs? And then other cities, when you're just looking at plot size, we don't know what their water costs are necessarily either. So if does that make sense as far as a clarifying question? That's one of my questions.
So
I don't know if that's a question or a comment, but
I think you're right in that we don't know what other cities charge for water. Our water costs us, it is the single greatest cost for managing the garden. It's approximately 80% of the cost based on what we did for this review for you tonight. It's approximately just under or just over $8,000. I don't remember the exact amount, 8,100 or something like that for last year, of the approximately $10,000 in cost.
okay. And then
As far as the actual water rate, the community gardeners are charged the same thing you and I and everyone else who's a resident of American Canyon are charged for water.
okay. And then I know another couple things that came up as far as are there ways to reduce what water usage, therefore making the expense of the plot less moving forward? I know you talked about the drip, but you couldn't really do the drip because it's a shared system. So I don't know is there something that could make it less expensive if there's a reduction in water usage or more efficient watering?
Sure, that's a good question, and I don't have an answer for you. That would be something we'd have to research.
Okay. I'm not sharing.
Well, I'm sorry, I did it again. I know that when I very first started here, there are spigots that you can turn, and they're spring loaded, so they only stay on for a certain amount of time. And then they unless you're standing there holding it, they'll go back and shut off. The gardeners hated that, and we ended up removing those spigots, but that does limit water. It is kind of a pain because they have to literally be standing at the spigot to hold it open to keep the water flowing. And it's very hard that if you're I don't know 10 or 15 feet away and trying to move to water various different plants, you're having to shuffle back and forth to turn it on and turn it off and turn it on and turn it off. So that was an initial attempt at trying to regulate the water that was not appreciated at all by our gardeners.
All right. And then a couple of things came up as far as, the fee increase. I mean, it does seem really like a huge jump, even though I know it's a really small amount to begin with, so therefore the jump seems significant. Is the city, was there a process of notification for fee increase as far as for programs? Because is the city subsidizing anything currently that's being offered? I know in the past it had, but running a huge negative budget by doing so, which I don't know if that's current. So I guess, was there a notification of that, or it was a matter of necessity?
Yeah, so the aquatics is a perfect example. With the pandemic and being under an emergency order, we've had the opportunity, I guess is maybe not the right word, but the ability to adjust fees and to move forward without having to go to council. It's city manager approval at this point. And that's the direction we went with aquatics, and that's generally the direction we're heading here. As we finish off fee philosophy and come up with an actual policy that we're following consistently, when it needs adjusted, then it will likely need council to make a resolution to change it. So that would be something kind of a moving forward expectation.
All right. And is the city subsidizing anything currently, or everything is cost? What you're paying is the cost of the program?
So
as far as, I guess, programs, I mean, I'm sure there might be other things, but.
So any fee-based programs are they have to pay their own way. So whatever that cost is. Anything that is more community-oriented, we are managing for the most part with full-time staff, and like say our drive-through events or senior activities or anything along those lines are managed with full-time staff, and there isn't an expectation for cost recovery or fees. Only those programs that have typically been fee-based that we're requiring direct cost recovery. As we get into the cost recovery and fee philosophy discussion, there is going to be some kind of, so if you can think about it in a spectrum of fees, we're talking about two different sides of that spectrum, right? One is completely community-based, in which we're not charging a fee at all, special events as an example, and the other side of that envelope is fee-based, in which we're recovering all the direct costs. There is going to be a middle road that we have not been offering any of these programs that will need to be discussed through the fee philosophy and set a policy on it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great. Okay. If there are no further questions, it's time to open it up for Commissioner thoughts, comments, and advice on this matter. And the way I see it, there are a couple of big issues. The first is the possible increase in the annual plot fee. Another issue is adjustment of fees for non-residents versus residents. Another minor issue I see here, because it does seem it is of importance to quite a few of the folks, as reflected in the public comment, is notice. How we're going to provide notice of the current plot holders if this board advises on policy changes. Oh, hello, low battery. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, weird. So, okay, so we'll open it up for commissioner comments and discussion. Commissioner Moon?
Yeah, hearing the comments made me realize how passionate they are, and I see the rate is intense. From our rate being from 15 to 100, but also I think the fee was just small to begin with, so that's why, like Commissioner Margolotti said, it does seem very intense. And also hearing about UC Davis's size of land and their pricing, I think it does seem reasonable, but I get why it does kind of stir some trouble among the gardeners. Yeah, I am for limiting the space though.
I think you called on me, Chair, but you're muted.
I did. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So in listening to the public comments, it is evident that this is a difficult discussion because our gardeners are very passionate, and this is a two-part, both parts being very painful. Talking about losing plots that are very important to our gardeners and their families, and also drastically increasing the cost. I think that these two things are very intertwined, because if you increase the cost from $15 to $100 and also do the step down program for current existing plot holders, you're talking about increasing one person's annual fees from $60 to $200. So that is a lot, while also reducing their plot size by 50%. So that is significant. On the other side of this, for 20 years, the fees have been $15. If we had a fee increase scale built into our policy of $5 a year, 3 years ago, we would have reached the $100 per plot. And we would now be at $115 per plot. So I think that we all know that costs are going to increase over time. So it's important in this decision making to write a policy that has a annual fee increase that is nominal, so that we don't find ourselves in this position again where either the city is subsidizing or our residents are having to lose plots and take on such a steep increase. So with that being said, to be fair and equitable, to recognize everyone's investment in this whole issue, I would like to propose that we go from $15 a plot to $40 a plot this year, and next year in 2022 to $80 a plot, and in 2023 to $100 a plot, and every year after that an increase of $5 per year, and a non-resident additional fee of 20% of whatever the current annual rate is. And by writing that policy and being so specific, there won't ever really have to be additional notifications, because this will just be an annual thing that it increases $5 per year every year, and it's an increase of 20% additional for non-residents. So that would be my recommendation, so that we can kind of settle this out and make it fair and equitable, be completely transparent, and write a policy that's going to last.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Griggs. We still have Commissioner Saventi on? Oh, okay. Commissioner
I'm
Margolotti.
sorry. I was talking to myself here on mute. Commissioner Cervente texted me that she lost her connection. She'll be on here in a moment.
Okay. And I also wanted to inform the commission that my iPad is down to 7%. I'm going to switch over to my computer, so if I blink out, Vice Chair Einberger takes over for a little while. But until then, Commissioner Margolotti.
All right. My recommendation would be to, I don't think it makes sense to be eating the cost financially so significantly for running the plot per plot. And if there hasn't been, if it seems like a shock to the plot owners, doing a gradual increase, I think would make sense. I know the one you have here as far as a staff recommendation consideration is over 2 years to soften the increase. I think doing something like that would be fair, even though I know that that financially might not make sense and it might not be possible. But I also want to know, I know a lot of the comments that came in were talking about being a hardship in these times, but that there is the scholarship that's available that's not just for youth, that it is for adults as well, and that people definitely be directed to be informed to take advantage of applying for that, so that if they qualify, that they can take advantage of that. That, you know, there's money available. That's really important that people know and are informed to take advantage of that. And I definitely think there needs to be language as far as the non-residents, and language as far as moving forward, that there might be, if our water fees increase or fees in general increase, that there's some sort of a small increase built in, or language about a notice of increase, that they are given fair notice prior to the renewal of their plot or something along those lines. So that would be my recommendations. And Commissioner Manuel's not there anymore, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
So that would be you, Commissioner Einberger, I guess.
Thank you. So now it's me. Yeah, I think my recommendation, well, certainly I think going from 15 to 100, even though 15 is just incredibly inexpensive and doesn't cover it still, that's through no fault of their own that it's been that way for so long. So I definitely think going up to 100 in 1 year is not a good idea. It's just prohibitive. And then, excuse me, I think we would have the danger really of losing quite a few of the plot owners, you know, going $85, and even the 75, that's still 500%, which is great. So I would go for something like 40, what Commissioner Griggs said. So doing it over maybe 3 years instead of 2, or instead of 1. So doing it over 3 years, I think makes more sense. And then adding, like Commissioner Griggs said, you know, $5 a year after that, if that covers it, or whatever the charge should be, whatever the cost would be. I like the 20% for a non-resident. I'm not so sure that we could do that in the first year. I think that may people, some of those non-residents, I think maybe we would have to wait a year to add on that 20%, but then initiate that after the first year. So that would be my recommendation. So Commissioner Mamro, you're back?
I'm back, and my apologies, I don't have the official background on this computer. It's on my iPad, so whiteboard behind me.
Commissioner or Chair, I can order you a green screen on Amazon if you like. They do next day delivery. That's how I have my situation. Yeah, so I am happy to assist you with that if you'd like, so you can use your computer.
Be super helpful. Yeah, the background's only on my iPad and just lost power.
Chair, so I think Commissioner Cervente hasn't had her turn.
Oh, that is correct. Commissioner Cervente?
Thank you, Commissioner Einberger and Chair. Commissioner Griggs, I think that will be a great addition to a silent action item. You know, putting them for auction, those green screens. I think they will go really well. People will be a lot of money. Thank you. I apologize to the commission. I'm having a lot of problems today with the Wi-Fi. I think it's stemming from all the problems we had at the district this morning. that's my best guess. So my apologies. So my recommendation for the increase is definitely we need to do a gradual increase. For what I hear and for what I've had feedback privately from plot holders is that UC Davis and all the other examples that we got from staff, it's comparing apples to oranges, really. I realized that our biggest problem as a city is the price of water. I know because, and most of you know, because we pay it every other month, and it's very high in comparison with other cities because we do not have a water source like other cities do. So yeah, that's a big problem for our city, and but I hope that council does something about it. They've been talking about getting a water resource and stuff for years and years and years, and still not happening. So definitely, it needs to be done. But my suggestion would be $50 a year, and then just make it gradually increase it. And I would think 2 years would be sufficient notice. So that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Cervente. I want to be mindful of time because there's other items on the agenda, so I'll keep my my comments here and advice short. Yes, increase the fees. Well, I'm inclined to increase the fees by a greater amount, but it's, I guess, in the end, your discretion on that is fine. Providing notice is particularly important, so that they know what's coming. And extra fee for non-residents, and whatever that is, once again, your discretion on that is fine. Okay, regarding that business item, I hope that's enough.
So let me try to summarize what I heard, Chair. So what I heard is a gradual increase, it sounds like spread over 3 years, with an initial year sounding like $40 to $50, and then coming up with some kind of tiered approach, kind of graduating beyond that, up to the $100. Does that seem fair? Like maybe we go 50, 75, 100? That would be 3 years worth of increases?
Mm-hmm.
I see foreheads nodding for sure. Okay, so 50, 75, 100, and then a non-resident fee. What we'll likely do is use the same practice we do with our other fees, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a flat non-resident fee as opposed to a percentage. And we'll add that on as a non-resident fee. And with regard to notice, I think it's important to note that we've not actually put out our renewals for this upcoming year just for this topic, so that we have this discussion. The main purpose for it is that we turn around and then put the notices for the renewal packet for next year out in the next couple of weeks, so that we're doing our renewals in February, and there is some notice there. We do give a pretty considerable grace period on those that are interested in renewing and are pretty flexible on that deadline. So we can certainly, along with the previous item, with some interest or concern about notice on policy changes, come up with a reasonable time period in advance that we could have this discussion on PCS that would then go into effect, say, approximately 60 days or so following. So I'm thinking of a notice, a discussion on PCS in October or November with an implementation in the next season, which would be in February. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable.
I have a quick question.
Yes,
Chair.
Commissioner Margolotti?
So by doing a gradual versus actually what the cost is there money in the budget to do that? I mean, I know that city employees took 20 days of furlough this past year because of the current budget situation. So is that even is the money even there to do that? I know that you couldn't run the programs at the pool unless you charge the actual cost, and you can't run the dance or the tennis lessons or whatever offerings there are unless you're charging the direct cost. So is there money to even do that?
Yeah, Chair, what we'll end up likely having to do is, as we go into our budget this next year, looking back at this cost difference and having to figure out how do we accommodate that through, maybe it's a reduced program somewhere else, or we've not quite gotten into the budget, so I'm not sure exactly what the implications are going to be. At this point, we're in a position where we're trying to increase the amount of money we're bringing in on the garden, and any increase is good for us right now.
Let's see. I think another thing to add on the notice would be to have it bilingual, at least English and Spanish. Okay. Okay, if there's no further discussion on this business item, we'll move on to business item 8.4, receive a report from current and future leaseholders of Clark Ranch on proposals for temporary improvements.
And Chair, we will be adding at least 2 folks into the meeting here momentarily. I'll do a brief Sherry already leave? Oh, I was going to say thank you, I forgot. So I'll be giving a brief overview of the topic, and we're going to be having Ms. Janelle Selleck from the American Canyon Community Parks Foundation in to talk a little bit and provide a presentation, as well as Joy Milanowski from 4-H, and I think we were scheduled to have one other person here, but I don't see them in the waiting room at the moment. Oh, she'll be in the meeting here shortly. So I'll start off by doing a bit of an overview, and then I'm going to turn it over to our 3 guests to do a presentation on their individual interests. So this topic has to do with Clark Ranch. Actually, here, I'll share the staff report so you guys can follow along. So this has to do with Clark Ranch. This is a city-owned piece of property that is northerly of the wetlands, wetlands parking lot to be specific. Currently, we have 2 leaseholders that are using the space now, 4-H and the Spirit Horse Therapeutic Riding Center. 4-H provides educational animal husbandry and garden programs through the UC Extension. Spirit Horse provides therapeutic and other horse riding and care programs. These groups have each submitted to us proposals for some more immediate changes to their space and their use, as well as they have been working together, especially in the last couple weeks, about some longer term changes to the property. 4-H would like to add archery as well as after-school programs connected with Napa Junction Elementary School once it moves and is next door to that space. Spirit Horse would like to add their immediate improvements includes a security fence, as they've had some vandalism in their and some challenges of people approaching their animals in the recent past, as well as shelters to keep horses out of the weather and sheds for storage. Let's see, we can address the immediate changes that's requested through their current leases. Our city manager has the authority to just add it in as an amendment. However, we wanted to take this opportunity to run the ideas by PCS and gain any comment or feedback you may have. Likewise goes for the broader changes and improvements. Clark Ranch Master Plan was created and approved by council in 2017. Actually, I'm going to get ahead of myself. Let me step back for a second. American Canyon Community Parks Foundation has a longer-term vision to implement a kind of early vision of an environmental center on the Clark Ranch. They're going to be referring to it as an eco center. This vision for their eco center is to be a community-based environmental center that sparks the love of outdoors and fosters a connection to the natural world through education, art, and science. They're looking to have this space create a sheltered space for programming for Foundation as well as other similar groups. They're very early in this concept and really need to do some more work, and I kind of twisted Janelle's arm to come here and provide this presentation to PCS because the other two groups had similar thoughts and ideas, so it just seemed like it all kind of made sense and came together. So back to the Clark Ranch Master Plan. It was approved by council in 2017. It is attached to the staff report for your review. The vision for the master plan is that Clark Ranch is to become a gathering place for all in American Canyon. It will serve as a hub for outdoor-based activity, which will be environmentally friendly and nature-based. The master plan did contemplate 3 non-city users, Spirit Horse, 4-H, and Napa Wildlife Rescue. Napa Wildlife Rescue has recently found a permanent home in the Carneros region just north of us and are no longer needing the space that we have allocated for them in the master plan, although they are still interested in doing intermittent programming on site once a more established space is created. All of the immediate improvements can be implemented pretty quickly with an adjustment to the existing lease. However, the longer-term, broader changes to the site and really, frankly, some sense of changing the master plan is something that will take likely some time and a process which will likely start with the update of our general plan. We had already planned on reevaluating that master plan, and then from that, determining if an actual formal change to the master plan is necessary. And so this will be tonight's, the discussion and overview and presentation by these 3 groups will be the first kind of tiptoeing down the road of a potential change to the master plan. So the point of advice we're looking for is, are these kinds of ideas that these groups are going to present to you in line with what you think the site should be used for? And I'd generally be interested in your opinions on the specific ideas and how you feel like they fit within the community, the site, and the location. So with that, I think I will stop with my overview, give the commission the opportunity to ask any questions, and Liz, you want to go ahead and have our guests join the room, and while we're asking questions, they can start getting prepared for their presentation, if there are any questions for that matter.
So, hey, thank you, Director Wright. questions from the commission. Honorary Commissioner Moon?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I saw on the document that he just showed that there's really no funding for any of this. Is that what I get? Is that true?
Yes, that's a really good question. The Clark Ranch Master Plan is a great idea and vision, and at this point the city has no funding set aside to start any of the development of it. We have, over the last couple of years, looked at various state grants that can fit this site. However, there hasn't been any that have been really there hasn't been that perfect opportunity for us at this point. The ones that fit best require a match, and at this point, what funds city has available have been put into renovations of older, dilapidated parks at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and Commissioner. Right.
Sorry, that was a really long answer to a short question.
But thank you, Commissioner, Honorary Commissioner Moon. The money issue is a long-standing and persistent issue, as you'll find. Commissioner Griggs.
Thank you, Chair. As a follow-up to Honorary Commissioner Moon's question, these presentations of proposals of changes to their existing space that we're going to be hearing tonight, are they going to be self-funding those changes?
Well, we'll have to hear from them. Their interim changes, yes. So the archery, the fencing, the sheds, and the horse stalls, yes, all of those are paying for on their own.
Okay, so we're not considering changes to the master plan that would involve city funding that is not there.
Right now, we are, as I mentioned, we're kind of dipping our toes in to see if commission feels like a change. So I guess I'll just cut to the chase. What you'll hear from the groups is taking more of the space, the master plan as it's allocated right now, and dedicating more of it to some of their amenities. So that would be that space shift is where the real question comes, and to see if PCS is interested in that longer term. Should a change like that occur, a discussion would have to follow as we start updating and changing the master plan as it relates to the cost share of that space. It was envisioned that through the original master plan that the components for each of the individual non-city users would have a heavy funding from those user groups. So we did not get to the point of talking specifics or details about what exactly that means, just that the expectation is that they're going to be paying for a large portion of their piece of the pie.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Cervente?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the presenters. I see Joy and Janelle. Great to see you. It was definitely when I read in the news that Wildlife Rehab Center had found a spotted carneros. It was really, really sad because I, for one, was looking forward to having them here in town. So we have that huge loss, and so 4-H. To me, is such an important program, especially reading the part that they want to make sure that they have enough space for Napa Junction, which is coming next school year. They're going to be immediate neighbors. So I'm wondering if this plan, we might need to ask the design group to make an update, because you're showing us the wildlife rehab. Well, they no longer need that much space. and you know, I'm a little bit worried about being self-sustained, and I'm worried about the spirit horse mostly. I think 4-H has the capability and the drive to be self-sustained. I have no doubt. I'm a little bit more worried about Spirit Horse because, you know, I think it's like 1 or 2 people that run it, and so I'm wondering if it would be hard for them to be able to take care of the place.
So, Commissioner, why don't we put that comment on hold for a moment and wait for them to do their presentation? It could very well be included as a part of their presentation about how they're planning on paying for and maintaining the space should a change occur.
So should we do our comments after the presentation? I thought that's what we were doing.
No, yeah, at this point, we are
Asking questions.
questions and clarification on
Well, yeah.
on the issue.
So yeah, basically those were my questions. You know, how is Spirit Horse gonna be able to take care of the space and the area? And okay, that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Cervente. Commissioner Margolotti, questions or clarification?
It might be, so I suppose then, just to clarify, adjusting the master plan, potentially, Napa Wildlife is not going to be using that space anymore, so therefore there could potentially be space for other expansion of user groups. That would be a question, I suppose. And are the groups that are, I know they had allocated space in this particular plan, are they asking for space outside of that designated space that's in the Clark Ranch Master Plan right now? Is that what's being asked? Or just a temporary use for now?
So, Commissioner Margolotti, I think we need to have the presentation to answer that question.
Okay.
As far as the space that was originally allocated for Napa Wildlife Rescue, that certainly is something that could be reallocated for a different use, whether that's one of these current groups, sure, or it could be for a different use, totally different. That would be the exact kind of question that we would ask if we were to update the master plan.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Einberger?
I think mine are more comments rather than questions, so I'll wait until after the presentations.
Thank you. So just checking in, is there any public comments on this business item?
Chair, I have just one more question because I can't quite see it on my screen. Director Wright, what is the total acreage of the Clark Ranch project?
So the total acreage of the rectangular space is approximately 26 acres. And then we've included in this master plan the space around the parking lot, kind of the area that is south or southerly of the Eucalyptus Drive Bay Trail area, which is another approximately 4 acres. So in total, it ends up equaling approximately 30 acres in total for all of that space that's shown on that plan.
Hi, Barry. We're getting close to public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Griggs. Liz, is there any public?
Chair,
sorry. Yeah, let's.
Chair, before we ask for public comment, I think it would be best to have our user groups do their presentation now.
That is correct.
And
You're right.
and then we can ask for a public comment then following it, should there be any.
That's correct. Yes, I was out of turn. So, yes, welcome to our presenters.
So I will at this point turn it over to either Joy, Janelle, or Charlotte, whoever is going to go first, and take it away.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. And I have a PowerPoint presentation for the 3 of our groups. Did you want me to pull that up, or do you guys have it?
Liz had it. You have it handy there, Liz, to share? Yep, I did. So Liz will put it up if you'll just ask to switch slides, Joy, when you need to.
Okay.
As soon as it goes up.
So thank you so much for having us. We're really excited to be here. Our 3 groups got together and put together this presentation to show you kind of our vision and the things that we're looking to do temporarily, short term, but also long term into the future. You know, 2 of our groups have been at that site for a while, and so we've done a number of improvements. You know, there's a nice road that goes in, and some improvements to the various animal, you know, like facilities there, crop growing and that kind of thing. But we look to do more, and we're really excited to offer a lot of different programs by doing this to our different community members. I don't see a presentation up. There we go. Perfect. All right, so on behalf of Spirit Horse Therapeutics, AC4H, and then the American Canyon CPF group, I just appreciate you guys listening to our presentation this morning, or tonight. All right, so if you want to go to the next slide. We'll start just briefly with our mission statements from each of the organizations so you can see what we focus on for each of the groups. And then we will, Spirit Horse Therapeutic Riding put together a really nice overall proposal of the improvements. And then I'll go into the 4-H elements of those, and then ACCPF will go into their elements. So next slide, please. So Spirit Horse's mission is empowering lives through second chance horses, small animals, education, and community. AC4H is create educational opportunities for children to learn skills through hands-on experiences. And then ACCPF, dedicated to enhancing parks, programs, and play in American Canyon. So all 3 of these organization missions create a diverse learning experience, we think, for the AC community. And I think the best part about it is we can support each other in our programs and the things that we offer and the focuses that we have. So it's kind of fun when we get together and collaborate, because there's a lot of activities that we can all be involved in with these improvements that we're doing at the facility or at the location. Next slide. So I think Yvonne or Justine is going to speak to the overall plan and then go into some of the elements of Spirit Horse.
Yes, hi, my name is Yvonne.
Oh, sorry, there's Yvonne.
Hi.
Isn't sure.
I'm sorry, I'm standing in for Charlotte tonight, who is our brave leader, and I just want to speak a little bit about Spirit Horse and how, like it says, we empower lives through horses. They've been known to be great therapy, and when we got this chance to present, we really drew up these plans like as our biggest dream. Like, what would we make it if we could make it anything that we want? Our biggest concern really right now is that we're not able to build shelter for our animals, and that's really one thing that we would really love to be able to do, and have a covered arena, as you can see there. And the fencing is also really important because we do have people that wander by from the trails and such, and we want to keep our animals safe. But beyond that, you can see in the plans that we have a building that we could hold activities and fundraisers. 4-H could use it. That would allow us to do things year round. Also, a covered arena would allow us to do activities year round for people. We offer services for foster children, for therapeutic riding. We do free camps for military families, and Spirit Horse's heart is all about the community. So it would allow us to really be able to help people year round. So this is the slide of things that we've come up with, but it also incorporates, like Joy said, the 4-H side of it, which is built out on the side, and then with the archery range. And then we used the natural space as well, which helps with fire, but also, as you can see, we have a labyrinth, and then we're using a lot of natural space for animals. And it would also allow us to maybe bring in some retired animals, because they need a place to go after they've serviced people. So this is our vision, and this is our dream if we can make it anything that we want it to be.
And I would like to add to that, if that's possible. This is Justine. We also really have a vision where we want to include the education of the school that is next door, and also really be able to bring in what we believe is, the future of of your city, so that we could wrap in education as well as community, certainly with 4-H, certainly with Spirit Horse, so that it really brings together everything about not only educating youth, but providing services to our community and to people of all needs.
So next slide.
On this slide is just the summary of the improvements that you saw on the other plan, if you couldn't see it. So the covered arena, again, that allows us to do events year round, and we could also host events, horse shows and things of that nature for 4-H. That we would have a covered barn, so our animals would have some cover, because we don't have that now, and we're not able to give them shelter. And then we would have an education center, like Justine said. And then we also would have gardens, so we could teach nature. We do have a petting zoo there, and then the archery range as well. So it's just a summary of what we already saw in the plans. Next slide. Exactly, our covered arena, once again, it allows us to really ride year round, keeps us out of the rain, and it provides those year-round therapeutic lessons that are so important to our clients that come out there. Again, we are a nonprofit, so we do give back to the community a lot.
And I think the one thing we wanted to show in each of these specific elements is the permanent and temporary. So the permanent would be our really long-term vision. Temporary is something that we could execute more quickly, that, could be taken down or moved if we needed to.
Excellent. And this is our vision of how amazing our barn would look. Permanent. And then also, like they said, the temporary, as Joy said, the temporary. So we would be able to put up some temporary barns, at least to give the shelter for the horses. And it really, the shelter is just so important. And then natural fence for our livestock. And then again, like I said, to deter the vandalism and people who walk by on the trails. And next. And then, of course, our event center, well, we really want to build that, because that's how we're going to be doing our fundraising, so that we can help to fund our programs there, but also, again, incorporating that education. It would have a covered patio, and we really want to grow that organic garden, and we would have overflow parking to support the wetland events. And then this is how we would use the extra acreage on the other side after we've built our buildings, we would have an educational outdoor amphitheater, right? Where we could do groups for Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, 4-H, we could bring in communities, we could do schools. We really want to be able to teach the kids about the animals and about the outdoors, as opposed to just using it as a space for just the horses. We really want to teach everybody about them. So, and the labyrinth has been proven to be very therapeutic. And then, of course, the grazing area to reduce the potential fire hazard. So that covers most of it. And then this is back to 4-H. Go ahead, Joy.
All right, thank you. So we offer a number of projects throughout the year. This year we're doing animal husbandry, science, baking, leadership, crop management, where we have our pumpkins that we grow, photography. We've partnered with Spirit Horse to teach a horse project. One new project that we're interested in adding is archery. So this is a picture of the Cloverdale Archery, 4-H Archery. And we do have a certified leader, and we're following all the safety, or we would be following all the safety measures. So there's a minimum setback to, the archery range. There's safety signage that has to go up. There's safety with the kids and how they use the bow and arrows. So there's a lot to it. They get to learn a lot as well. We plan to put it in the area where the eucalyptus trees are right now, so it creates some cover and security and safety that way, but also it's very minimal impact to the environment. From the safety measures, we're following the National Field Archery Association and then the International FITA safety. So it is really important to us that we offer this in a manner that's safe for the kids, but also our community around us. Next slide. We also thought of putting in an urban workshop. One vision and dream that we have long term is that maybe we could have a farmers or crafts market down by the wetlands where we could produce maybe some leather crafts or wood crafts. The kids could make these things and then sell them in a farmer's market or crafters market type venue. We're really interested in bringing back the farmer's market. The kids could grow vegetables and fruit and other things like that. So we would need some sort of temporary shelter. We're showing an example here on the bottom of the screen that we could put up to house all the tools and those kind of things. But it would really give kids hands-on trade-like experience that I think is invaluable for their education. So those are our two main elements, and then I'll pass it over to Janelle.
Thanks, Joy, and thank you, everyone. I'm Janelle Selleck with American Canyon Community and Parks Foundation. First, I really want to thank 4-H and Spirit Horse because we're kind of the newbies here in this particular part of Clark Ranch. So I want to thank these two groups for just really embracing us and our interest in setting up an eco center out at Clark Ranch. So thank you very much. I see a lot of potential great partnerships. So really excited to be able to talk with you guys about this tonight. Really, I think in about the past year, we've started to think more and more about this. And that was spearheaded by a couple of experiences. One is that we have some experience now under our belt doing after-school programming as well as environmental education programming directly with kids. And then, unfortunately, that had to stop when COVID hit. But what we noticed during the time of COVID is just what a great interest there was in the outdoors and how much of a desire people have to be out at wetlands. We see it more so now, even with the fitness center, just the desire to sort of have a place to go and be out near wetlands for after a walk or a run. So those two things together really got us thinking that, well, maybe while the long-term vision of Clark Ranch is coming to fruition, could we be a group that could help to set up a long-term temporary eco center for the community to use in a more a quicker basis? So we've done some very large-scale, big picture thinking about it. We have developed a subgroup of our board that's going to be working on it. And really what we're doing from this point on is trying to figure out what could we bring in on a temporary basis, what kind of programming would we be doing on, what would we be working on, what utilities exist, location and space, where would we set up so that we complement the other two groups that are already out there. If we build it, how much and how frequent could we program it? Should it be open to other groups to utilize as well? And what kind of programming should we offer? Family programs, after school, summer, open houses, trailside talks. I mean, there's all sorts of different things that we could do out there, nature art programs. And so those are some of the big picture questions that we'll be working on over the next few months once we really start to delve into this. So for now, we're just really excited to present the idea to you and welcome any questions. We're always open to partnerships, and in addition to that, we'll be really seriously looking into how we fund this as well. So I just, again, thank the two groups for allowing us to come on board here, and thank you guys for hearing us out.
Yes, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. And
Oh, sorry, we have one last closing slide. Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, so just in summary, the space has potential to grow. As you can see, we showed some temporary and permanent installations of our ideas. We really think it's a phased approach, just depending on funding that we receive from our groups as well as community interest. And then for short term, really the property needs to have a secure fencing around it. 2 years ago, we had a number of our items stolen that we had to replace, and I know Spirit Horses had ongoing theft and other things happening, vandalism. So a security fence that would fit in with the natural landscape is what we're looking to put in short term. Hopefully some sort of power drop if we get the funding to do that. We have no power down there, and so light would help facilitate some of these programs when it's dark. A covered arena and barn, as well as the 4-H archery, the temporary nature eco center that Janelle talked about. And then long-term, that parking lot expansion, the event center, somewhere where people can go, where we can teach the kids, they can learn things. Utility infrastructure, including permanent power and sewer, would be really important for that long-term vision. But obviously that would take a lot of funds and a lot of time in order to get to that point. So right now we're just looking at the short-term options on this slide. But long-term, I could see a lot of potential for that property and our groups working together to make that happen. So thank you so much for letting us present, and we're open to questions.
Right. Commissioner questions. Honorary Commissioner Moon?
Thank you, Chair. No questions.
Commissioner Cervente?
Are we just doing questions or comments as well?
We are doing questions.
Okay. So has this presentation been brought up to OSAC?
No, this is the first time it's being shared.
Okay. And how many more acres are they? Is this proposed? All this is how many more acres are they asking for?
In their grand plan, I would say that it's including, looks like most of the area where the eucalyptus trees aren't. So that's roughly 15 or so acres.
So
but how
many acres do they have right now?
Their current 4-H's current lease is approximately 1 acre, and Spirit Horse's current lease is approximately 5 acres, with a parking lot that's not really included within that. So let's call it 6.
So they have 6, and now they're asking for 15 more?
Well, so the request that they're asking for is, again, a big picture dream, and we're just starting this conversation about whether or not the plan as we have it today that council has adopted needs to be changed or adjusted. So So it is potentially a policy shift, a long-term policy shift that the point of bringing this to you tonight is to see if this is something commission is interested in long-term.
So, can you answer my question about the acres though?
Yeah, so they would be going from approximately 6 now to, well, so I'm gonna put a bit of a caveat on that because there are some amenities that they're proposing in their long-term plan that are in the existing conceptual master plan. They're just oriented a little bit differently and structured a little bit differently. So whether it is Spirit Horse or 4-H or perhaps the city is something that I think should be talked about if a change in the master plan is necessary. So their plan as it shows right now is an increase to approximately 15 acres. But some of those amenities are already contemplated in the master plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Margolotti.
I think that may have been one of my questions. So when I'm looking at the Clark Master Plan versus the other drawing with the desired area, I saw a lot of the same components. The arena, the barn, there's a amphitheater gathering space in the Clark Master Plan, the equestrian area, there's the grazing meadow, there's the open arena. So was there anything that was, as far as Spirit Horse, was there something that was different than what's already in the Clark Master Plan? Maybe other than what you said and described as far as how the mapping might look. Because it looked like it, as far as Spirit Horse, I heard and saw a lot of the same things. They were just oriented a little bit differently, so it wouldn't be much different.
Right. So no, I don't think so. I don't think that there's anything contemplated in that plan that is not shown on the Clark Ranch master plan, although some of the sizes are a little bit larger, the orientation's a little bit different. They had their, I don't know what it was, the labyrinth path.
Right.
We show a path along the outside perimeter of the project and in different locations, but it exists. It's just in a different, the purpose is a little bit different.
Okay. So it basically, a lot of the same desires are already in the plan, just maybe in a different spot.
Yeah, just oriented a little bit different. Maybe the one thing that's a little bit different is the pasture space.
The grazing meadow?
Yes. Well, no, they have that in the master plan as well. So no, I guess that is included. Yep.
All right. And then, and I know 4-H, it was just an expansion of pens and such, so the archery would definitely be something new, but that would be keeping something here in American Canyon versus the kids having to go to Napa or wherever it is that they're going are outside of our community to participate in that, correct, Joy?
Correct. Skyline is the closest one that's in Napa. So, yeah, we would have to go there.
And potentially, would that bring in kids like, I don't know if, does Vallejo, I mean, yeah, there's a Solano County Fair. I mean, is there something else? Like, would it bring kids here to our area to have something here?
Yeah, we could do a tournament with the other 4-H groups.
Yeah, not necessarily a tournament, but I mean, like, the kids now have been going up to Napa to participate, not necessarily do a tournament, but to learn or have classes or training or whatever. So there isn't anything here. Okay. And then as far as the space that was to be the Napa Wildlife Center, that's not going to be there, that could potentially be the eco center space for programming. Like, there would be a spot for that as well, if I'm...
Yeah, there's a lot of space out there. My initial response to your question is that I wouldn't put it in that part of the facility, or that part of the plan. I mean, that's something that needs to be near a parking lot, more towards the path. I would want it personally on the southern end of the project. but there's certainly space there, yes.
Yeah.
The master plan contemplates an environmental center anchoring, really, frankly, the site on the southeast corner of Corporate.
Right.
So, you know,
Oh, okay.
so that's not a new use. It's not an unexpected use. It fits the master plan.
So it's already kind of in the master plan. It's just a group from outside actually funding to put it in where there's not funding currently.
Yeah, potentially. Again, when the master plan was created, we didn't really get into the actual implementation and who's going to be responsible for what. So as much as personally I had the idea that it would likely be the city, but it could very well be a non-city partner that implements it.
All right. So just to clarify, a lot of the things that are coming are pretty much things that are on the Clark Ranch master plan. So it's not really a lot of new. It just might look a little different to get started.
And some of the sizes are a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Griggs, sorry, I got a little out of order.
Well, that's okay. I just thought you were giving me a break from going first. Thank you, Chair. My question is just specifically related to funding. You know, we have to dream it before we can build it. It looks fabulous. I have all the faith in the world in these three groups. They are a group of highly, highly motivated, driven women leaders in our community that are doing great things for our community and our kids as a whole. And I would personally do anything to help bring all of this to fruition. I just would like to know your visions on funding for the temporary and the permanent plans.
Well, I'll speak for Spirit Horse. I also want to just say that I want to apologize for Miss Charlotte, who is our fearless leader. She was having computer issues tonight, so that's why she's not here, but she wanted me to tell you that. So on her behalf, all of our, because we are a nonprofit, we do everything through fundraising. So we would just simply start doing our fundraising. We think it's a great cause, and we think a lot of people would stand behind us, and we would build slowly to then, I mean, when this place started, as the story goes, we started with one horse and we've built into something pretty amazing that have touched a lot of lives. So we're going to do it all through fundraising, with our main goals being covered arena and fencing. That's our first goal, and everything else after that is our dream.
Thank you.
Yep, same here. We fundraise. We have a lot of connections within the community and a lot of community support. We have funding through the 4-H organization as well. So I think that we would fundraise, and it would give us a really great goal to go for. And I think we would get a lot of business partners, community partners that would really want to help make this vision a reality for, you know, themselves and future generations to be able to use this space. So it's a really great place. I know a few of you have gone down there and visited us when we're down there, and it's just a really great, warm place to be. And that's what we're trying to create, is just a wonderful place for the community to come to. So
I'll jump in as well and ditto what the other lady said. I think what we would start with is a robust capital campaign, and what I'd be looking at doing is breaking down our costs into probably 1 year to 3 year. I think if we get started, I'd like to look at least being able to have funding to run it for 3 years, and so that we know that once we get things set up that we're going to be there at least for a little while. So between a combination of grants, a capital campaign, and corporate sponsors, that would probably be the way that we break down trying to get this program started. We do have some reserve that could possibly be put toward it, but as everyone knows, things in the nonprofit world are really challenging right now. So we do have to be really careful. So we'd be thinking through this really thoroughly and making sure that whatever we put in, we're going to be able to help support at least for the first 3 to 5 years.
Thank you. And then just as a follow-up to that, because partnerships are great, Would any of you be looking for a partnership with the city for subsidization towards the permanent proposals?
I'll jump in on that. I mean, in the short term, absolutely. Yeah, I think, because the thing is, to be able to put in some of these temporary amenities is something that probably are through organizations and the scale of where we are, we could probably do. But to do longer term $1 million capital projects is something that would probably require a partnership and support from the city, as well as multiple other organizations. So when it comes to that point, I think absolutely it would be a great time to be able to talk through potential partnerships with the city in the hopes that we could together make this plan that the community has identified and created a vision for, make it a reality.
And I'll add on to that, through the master planning effort, as much as we didn't get into implementation, it was my expectation that there would have to be significant investment from the city in order to really realize the longer term vision, because there is a lot of things that isn't really, these are all great groups, and I have no doubt that they'll do whatever they put their mind to, but there's a lot of infrastructure investment that is not common for a group like this to have to fundraise for and to put money towards. So there's certainly some piece of the city that will have to be involved in this at some point for the longer term vision.
Yeah, that was my thought, was around that infrastructure piece. That's, sewer and water and power and all those things, those aren't something that we know a lot about. So we definitely need some help there.
Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Griggs. Vice Chair Einberger?
Yeah, one of the things I wonder about is what amenities we would have to basically give up in order to do this from that first plan that we spent time on. Are there any specific amenities?
Well, so Commissioner Einberger, I think there are certainly some things that are not shown in the Spirit Horse plan that are in the master plan that aren't included right now. And I don't know that I would necessarily focus in on what isn't included, but rather should we be reevaluating the master plan? Because I think it's a little bit premature to be assuming that something that's not shown in one plan isn't ultimately going to be there at some point. I think there's a broader conversation that needs to occur around that. If the plan that's proposed by Spirit Horse, are there pieces in there that are or aren't appropriate, or the sizes are too big or too small or whatever. There's just a huge conversation that we'd have to go through in order to start figuring out what ultimately goes there. I think the important question here is, should we be looking at changing the plan? And then your question is a follow-up to that after we've made that decision, and it's not for tonight's meeting necessarily.
Okay.
Thank you. Nope, I have, actually, I have no questions. They're pretty much answered. Which moves us to kind of the next step here, to go directly to Director Wright's question. Do we, as a commission, are we...
So, Chair, can I pause you for a second?
Public comment, too.
Yes. We have public comment, and I know we have at least one person who has been waiting to provide a comment.
Okay. Let's open it up for public comment. Thank you.
And so if there's anyone else out there in YouTube world that wants to provide a comment, now would be the time to call in. We do have one on the line that is waiting. So, Chair, are you okay with going with the one that we have right now?
Open it up for public comment.
So we have a public comment from Barry Christian. I'm going to go ahead and put him on. Go ahead, Barry. Barry,
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Barry.
Okay, I'm getting feedback from my TV, so maybe I'll just go in the other room. Okay, I'm sorry, let me just mute my TV and then that'll take care of it as long as I know you can hear me. So, Janelle and I have talked about this, and just a little bit of history. This property was purchased when Mark Joseph was the city manager, and it was Port of Oakland that he bought it from, 400 acres, and they had bought it because they needed it for mitigation. So it came with covenants, which means it had to be environmental usage. And as we advocated for trails, and as we got trails, we realized this would be a great opportunity for environmental education. It's a gathering spot, and it's a natural area. So we asked if we could put a trailer out there to help facilitate environmental education. And this is well before Spirit Horse moved in. It was, I think, maybe 4-H was there, but that was it. And we were told no, we had to wait for the master planning. And then after that, Spirit Horse moved in, and it seems that Spirit Horse went to the city manager, rather, and instead of having to go through Creighton, said we had to wait for master planning. And they got in, and well, then we did all this master planning and spent some money on it. And I kind of stayed away from all of that. My only point here was, you've got a master plan, but it's going to take you a while, so why don't you put, instead of a $90,000 trailer, why don't you get some container cargoes? You can use them in the office, put that in temporarily until you get your project, till you get the money to be able to do this thing. So that was my part. And from hearing the presentation, I'm feeling a whole new energy, which I'm not averse to. I support the Spirit Horse, I support the 4-H, I support Janelle and the work HGCPF is doing. So maybe this is the way you want to go. I don't know how you square it with the master plan and all the people that put that time in, but if you can do that, it sounds like these folks are all hard workers and doing good. I think it satisfies the original idea that this should be for environmental education. There's a lot of good things that can be done there. I don't really have a dog in the fight when it comes to what the first master plan said, because I really wasn't involved. I wasn't on the steering committee and didn't do all that. So it sounds like it could go in this direction. You may run into some flack from some of the community that came out there and put their time and effort and comments into coming up with that master plan. It does sound like you've got some room with the Wildlife Rescue Center stepping back. That opens up some room for this to happen. So one thought about putting the container cargoes in there and doing some environmental ed now was that you can use that to glean experience so that when you do build all the infrastructure that was originally envisioned in the master plan, you'll have a better idea of what works and what doesn't work. So I think a temporary use would be helpful, but if you're going to go in a different direction and actually go with this, that could work too. I'm open to whatever works. They're good people involved, and I think they'll do a good job, as Creighton said. I just think you have to work out what your process is and how you're going to change that master plan and what the will of the community is. So that's my comment.
Great, thank you, Barry. So Commission, we have a broad question in front of us. Given the presentation, and also, I note that the master we voted on we were advising on the master plan back in November of 2017. Things changed. So the question in front of us is, are we going to change the master plan, which includes, I think, clearly putting on a new stakeholder in the form of ACCPF. So, comments about this, fellow commissioners? Oh, we will start with Commissioner Munn.
Maybe, Chair, may I help frame just one other thing? So the other thing is the immediate uses, if there's any initial concern by any of the commission from those immediate uses, and then kind of bigger picture question generally about the idea or the acceptance of going through and looking at remaster planning the site, or not remaster, reevaluating it.
Right. Thank you, Director Wright. So yes, initial uses and how on board are we with changing master plan? Commissioner Moon?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do see Mr. Berry's his view on it, and I do agree that these three women are very powerful and they're passionate. So I don't really have any other comment, but I do see the value in what he said.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Griggs?
Thank you, Chair. I think that as far as the immediate temporary changes, that they are all very valuable and very beneficial. My daughter took writing lessons out at Spirit Horse for a couple of years, and anytime we would have a big rainstorm, they would be literally the first thing I would think about. Standing out there under barely any shelter in muddy stalls, they really need shelter. They really need an enclosed space, a barn, an arena. I also would wake up in the morning and hear the rain pouring down, and here Charlotte is texting, her riders that, sorry, we can't ride today because it's pouring, because there's no covered arena. So I think that this is very important. The outdoor classroom that ACCPF is proposing is perfect timing with Napa Junction moving. We all wish we could turn back time and our kids could be small again. And I really wish we could redo elementary school at the new site with the outdoor classroom, with all of these exciting things coming to that area. I think it's going to be fantastic. And 4-H wanting to add archery, why not? Absolutely. 4-H does so many amazing things and so many great projects. And we also participated in 4-H. She doesn't love her bunny as much as she used to, so we're not doing it this year, but stay tuned. So I think that it's all fantastic, and I think we absolutely should reevaluate the master plan. I understand that there was a diverse group of community members, staff, commissioners, and board members that all got together to approve the original master plan, but change is life. And life is nothing without change, and we have to roll with it. And I appreciate all of their efforts and everything that they put into the original master plan, but they met 4 times, and I appreciate all of those times that they met to create that master plan, but it might need some revision, and I don't think that we should be afraid of that. And I think if it means the Clark Ranch project coming to fruition faster to benefit the whole community, I don't think anybody would be against that. So those are my thoughts.
Branson? Mr. Cervente? You're on mute.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I couldn't hear you. I think your volume is really low.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Eco Center, that's exactly what Clark Ranch was envisioning when we spend all the time doing through this subcommittee with Commissioner Einberger. And 4-H is such a great organization here in town. I actually used to be a 4-H, what do they call it, Joy? Leader or no? Or
project leader, yeah.
Yeah. So that was a lot of fun. my kid, archery was not being taught here because there was something about the age, or we didn't have the space. My kid wanted to do archery, but we couldn't go far away to where they had the classes, so I think it would be great to have it here. So it's exciting to see all the fun stuff at 4-H that they're considering. I'm just really a little bit concerned of the size of these arenas and barns. I feel like I don't know, but then again, the wildlife center is no longer in the picture, so so there's a couple of things that I'm thinking about. The Clark Ranch, there's a lot of space that it's not we're not able to use because of floods. So when you hear that it's 26 acres or 30 acres, not all 26 are usable. I don't know how the rest of the commission knows the history of the area, but I know that last year when we had this big rain days, you saw that the whole place flooded. So I'm concerned about that because, you know, the availability of doing the other things that the subcommittee spend time, and the public, the general public, the feedback that they gave us. So I don't know if the area can support an arena. The ones that you guys showed on, I think I might not be understanding the size of it, but what you guys show in the picture is huge. So I don't know if it's gonna be scaled down or smaller. I have no idea. So I would like to have more information on that. I really think that this kind of major change to the plan should go back to the subcommittee and be part of the master plan process again. So looking at my notes, I think OSAC needs to be involved in the talks, and so that's it. But overall, the whole presentation was great. So thank you for the presentation and your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Margolotti?
Thank you. I think I know all of the uses that were presented are valuable and needed, and I don't really see it as varying too much from the master plan that's already in place and the concept of the area. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to be investing lots of money that maybe there's only $10,000 of that budget there, but tweaking, if there needs to be some tweaking of it to make it current, that would be fine. But I mean, as far as everything that everyone talked about, that's what the plan is, that's what the space is already planned for, and pretty much what the master plan already has in it. So if it's just a matter of moving things around slightly within the master plan, I mean, I think if that needs to be looked at and tweak it slightly without investing a whole lot of time or money. But as far as temporary, because, you know, that's the permanent is not going to happen for a while and without funding. So doing something temporarily in the meantime, I think is appropriate as well, because it's good to use the space because the space is there. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Einberger?
Yeah, thank you all. I think there's some great ideas. It's really exciting. And I would say certainly yes to the temporary uses, because if we can get anything in there, let's do it right now. I think we would have to change the master plan we talked a lot about the 2 years that we were meeting. We talked a lot about how many people would use each space, and the public was really involved in that. And so I think that's something we would have to consider. And I agree with Commissioner Cervente. I think we need to go back to that, excuse me, back to the original committee and take these ideas. And again, I think these ideas are great, but I think we just have to figure out how it fits into that initial plan and what we would have to change in order to implement these things. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Great. Thank you. Echoing my colleagues, I feel that the temporary use that you're proposing is, well, we've also heard from Barry Christian. The temporary use and also the permanent uses are all in line with this goal of environmental education. So yes, I support that. And yes, an amendment, amending the master plan is necessary. A vacuum was created because the Napa Wildlife Center will no longer be there. And so we are acting responsibly, and you, in forming your partnership, are acting responsibly to fill that vacuum. What else is going to be there, right? So definitely, yes. Definitely support that. Time frame is going to be really important, I think, to me. Well, to put everything in context, we were the resolution on the Clark Ranch Master Plan is from 2017, so 3 years ago, and well, nothing has really moved forward. We would be relying on your groups and your partnership and and all the things that would follow to finally make the Clark Ranch dream a reality. So simple question or simple answer, yes. Let's move forward. I personally am not sure what the amendment entails, a full review by the old subcommittee or not. So, but certainly, yeah, we support amendment to the master plan.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. I think I've gotten some good feedback. Yes to temporary ideas or amendments, and yes to start looking at the master plan to reevaluate it, and we'll start that process with the general plan update, and the actual formal update will be likely a project that'll come out of that, if not done as a part of the master plan, the general plan update. So thanks for the feedback and the advice, and thank you to our 3 groups that came out and provided some information. It was very helpful, and very much appreciate it. So we'll be getting back to you here in the next couple of weeks about some of those interim short-term improvements and the logistics as far as getting them implemented.
Thanks. Well, thank you very much. Yes. Moving on. Business item A5, receive a presentation from the American Canyon Community and Parks Foundation to create a story walk at Shenandoah Park. Director Wright, introduction?
Yes. I have a very brief staff report on the topic, and then I'm going to be turning it over to Ms. Janelle Selleck, Executive Director of the American Canyon Community Parks Foundation, and talk a bit more about it. So as you know, we partner with the American Canyon Community Parks Foundation on many different things. You heard of one exciting thing coming up in February from Commissioner Margolotti about the Heart Your Parks campaign. One other item that the foundation is actively working on is the creation of an enhancement to Shenandoah Park, which is called a story walk. This involves putting kiosks in a looped pattern around Shenandoah Park, and within those kiosks would be children's books that then would encourage children to walk, or parents and children, to walk from kiosk to kiosk and reading the story to get ultimately to the end. We are nearly finished. As a matter of fact, I owe Janelle a final write-up on the project level agreement. I have I have final comments, but nothing really changed in it. I need to send that to her early next week. And as soon as that is done and I sign it, we are good to go. So I wanted to bring this and have Janelle do a presentation for the group to get you some information about what will be going on there at Shenandoah Park and provide you the opportunity to ask any questions. So I will leave it there and turn it over to Janelle to make a presentation. Liz, might you have her PowerPoint ready? And so I'd say, Janelle, as soon as that PowerPoint pops up there, why don't you go ahead and get started?
Thank you. Looking at the time as well. So this, I promise that one of the great things about Storywalk is that it's a really cool concept, but it's also a very simple concept. So it'll only take me a few minutes to go over it. Thank you. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So Storywalk, it's kind of a funny thing to try and explain to someone, but sometimes some imagery and explanation helps a little bit. I first heard about Storywalk maybe about a year ago. There's a Facebook page that I follow called Let's Move Libraries, and they were, oh, can you hit it one more time? Go ahead. Thank you. There you go. And I kept seeing, in a post-COVID world, I kept seeing posts from them about these things called story walks in and around libraries and parks. And so I just kept seeing this come up, every once in a while. And I started to research a little bit and realized what a cool concept it was and relatively easy to bring to a community. So what is a story walk? It's basically a way to get families, children outside. It supports literacy, encourages them to come to the park, walk together, and read a story all at the same time. So the way that it works is that kiosks are set up along a path, throughout a park, or really any location that you designate. And the story is broken down into pages in each kiosk. So in this particular path, if you walked one, you would be reading one story from the beginning to the end as you walked. And typically there's about 16 kiosks per story. That's about what the designers recommend. So it'd be 16 installations, and that would take you from the beginning of the book to the end. And most of the stories are geared toward nature or the outdoors. Some of them have a little like a fitness component. One of the things that I love about some of the providers, they offer suggestions to hop or skip to the next kiosk. So they incorporate some really fun movement exercises along with the reading. So we love this so much because it supports literacy in the community. Right about the time that we started thinking about this, the Napa Valley Unified School District came out with our modified virtual learning schedule, and they remember them incorporating a reading hour into the day. And I thought, gosh, kids need to be reading, but for the most part right now they're all in their rooms doing their virtual learning. And so wouldn't it be cool if they could get outside and read, and you take a break from being indoors in front of their screen, get outside and read. So I love this concept for so many reasons. It supports literacy. It's free for anyone in the community. Anyone who comes to the park can read it. It encourages people to get outside. Families can read together, and it's free and easy to use anytime. So basically, this is what it is. You walk from kiosk to kiosk and read the story and enjoy your time in the outdoors. You can go to the next slide. So just a little bit about the benefits. As I mentioned before, it is really easy to use. It's free. Actually, as we started talking about this, there was a suggestion from someone in the community that maybe we incorporate a little free library along with Storywalk. I thought it was kind of a unique idea to explore. It promotes family reading time. It's a great thing to come to the park to do. So we're all about drawing attention to our parks, and this is one great way to do it. And, there's some logistical aspect to this, and one of those things is choosing new books and having new books on display. And so our plan right now is to change out the books quarterly. There's definitely costs involved in doing that, and so we're planning right now to change out the books 4 times a year, so that there's every quarter there's a new book to read and enjoy. Next slide. So the location that we're proposing, and I've been working with Director Wright on, is Shenandoah Park. We're looking at 16 kiosks going counterclockwise around the perimeter of the park. So pretty much that whole sidewalk. It would begin where you park kind of near you walk in, I think directly ahead of you is the ball field. So the kiosks would begin there. Loop around next to the playground, through the basketball court area, around through the perimeter of the park, and then eventually loop back around. So basically it's just a giant loop. 16 stops, plus also 1 kiosk or marker of some point, acknowledging what Story Walk is, as well as partners and providers that have helped us bring it to the community. Typical age of the readers, these are usually preschool to elementary age books. And we've been lucky enough to secure a grant from Redwood Credit Union to help get it installed and started. We're planning to install the kiosk with volunteer labor with a few board members that have offered, as well as some other volunteers. And we just think it's a great partnership between the city and the foundation. Next slide. There's just some pictures. One of the things that I think is really neat and I've learned about is just how common these are. They're in like all 50 states, as well as other countries. And there's some locations have created them in different ways. So these, I think what you're seeing here is more along the lines of what our kiosks will look like, but they can be done very simply as well. And that can sometimes just mean a post with a piece of cardboard and a book page on it. But we're looking for something that's permanent and protected. So of course, if weather, rain, or whatnot, the book pages would be protected. Next slide. As I mentioned before, story walks have skyrocketed during COVID because it's a very COVID-safe family thing to do. And so they're really, one of the providers of books that we had planned to work with actually just closed up shop. And so we had to pivot and kind of find a different provider. But they said, we've been so busy, I guess they just couldn't keep up with demand. So one thing that we learned is that Storywalk is a trademark program. It was started by a woman out of Vermont, and so we have to include that language on our Storywalk area. And there are quite a few copyright rules that have to be followed in relation to how we use the books and how we present them. So we're learning all about that. Make sure we follow copyright rules. And one of the cool things that I see is that as an opportunity for this program is that a lot of cities provide complementary programming related to the Storywalk. So one of the coolest examples that I saw was in the fall, there was a Storywalk that had a scarecrow focused story. And then they invited community members to create or design scarecrows, and they brought them out and had them on display next to each of the kiosks. And so there was some kind of a cool, Halloween fall related programming option there. And with this particular location being at Shenandoah Park and going right in front of and around the Christmas tree, the city's lighted Christmas tree could be a really great thing to bring some holiday books in relation to Snow Day and all the great, future activities that we get to return to in a post-COVID world. So, and as I mentioned, they're all over the place and in other countries as well. And just real quick on this slide, so there's first on the bottom left, that is a Storywalk in San Ramon. I'm not sure about the top one. The little map that you see there, I really like that image because we were thinking about doing something similar to show people kind of the direction that you go and the approximate location of each kiosk. So I thought that was kind of a neat image there. So that is about it. You can go to the next slide. We've been working with Director Wright on this. We're looking at possibly a late February to maybe March install. We've done some design work. One of our staff created this little story walk image here that we really like. So we're just really looking forward to bringing this to the community and helping kids, supporting kids in their quest to learn to read and hopefully make lifetime readers out of them, especially with so much, they're all lured back to the screen these days. So anything to get them out reading an actual book, we'd love to help support. Any questions?
Great. Yes, thanks. I'm also going to suggest this to my fellow commissioners. Questions and comments combined, to be mindful of the time. So let's start with Commissioner Moon.
Thank you, Chair. When I first heard about this idea, just right when Director Wright said it, I loved it already. I went to this park since I was like a very little kid, very young. I play on the playground and whatnot because I grew up in American Canyon, and I think this idea is very very fun and effective because, as you know, we can't really go outside and socialize. So I think this is a great way to create family bonding, have kids be more active, add new things to the park. And I really, really love this idea. Even just like, I would read it, and I'm like, how old. So yeah, I really love this idea.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Griggs.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's fantastic. I love every part of it. Shenandoah Park is walking distance to my house, and I can't wait to see what story you choose so that I can do the story walk and read it with my 11-year-old, and I hope she's as excited about it as I am. So I think it's a great idea, getting kids and parents out walking together and reading. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. My only question would be for Director Wright. Are there any, and I guess I'm talking about like the next decade, any plans at all in the general plan being discussed about renovating or making any changes to the permanent structures of Shenandoah Park and playground area that then would impact where the kiosks are placed for this project?
We've not contemplated anything like that. It would be something along quite a ways down the road before we'd start thinking about it seriously. Shenandoah Park's in pretty good order. It's in a pretty recent design. What changes would happen would be easy to manipulate around the kiosks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Margolotti?
No questions. I think it sounds great. I love the idea of the programming, though, connected to it. I think that's a great addition that I did not know about, so I love that. So thank you.
Vice Chair Einberger.
Well, I think this is super exciting. And I think I just saw it for the first time. I went to the Sacramento National Wildlife Reserve up north of Sacramento on Highway 5. And they have one there, and it was so exciting to see, but it was really exciting to see the families and little kids try to read some of it, and then, the parents getting real excited. I can just imagine my grandsons, they would absolutely love it. So, yeah, great. I'm glad you're doing it.
Is Commissioner Cervantes still on?
Yes, Chair, she had to go. She did send me a sentence or two to read on this topic. And she says it was a great idea. She's looking forward to going on the story walk. Thank you for the effort from the foundation.
Okay, great, thank you. So just, Janelle, great presentation, and great idea. It's going to be cool to see it come up. And I just want to clarify. So, expected date of it being installed in the park is February of this year, or February, March of this year?
Yeah, that possibly. We have funding. We know where we're ordering the kiosks from. We can order the kiosks at any time. We have a first book ready to go. And, so really we wanted to I know Creighton wanted to make sure that it went through the Parks Commission, and we need to obviously finalize the PLA and get those signed off. But, the only thing holding us back now is just the arrival of the kiosks and then getting them installed. So yeah, we're ready. So at this point we're mid-January. We still haven't gotten a straight answer for them as to how long it takes the kiosks to be shipped. And they come in crates, so it's a little bit of a process. But we are sure hoping for sometime within the next, I would say, 2 to 3 months at the very latest.
Great. And I think just to clarify, there's one sponsorship recognition sign. There isn't a sponsorship recognition sign on each kiosk.
Well, good question. There is both. So actually, what Red Book Credit Union has asked of us is that they have a permanent sign installed as the founding sponsor of the project. But then also on each individual kiosk, there is a location spot for we can create. Some come with some. Others we could create our own location for sponsors. So in future years, if a sponsor wants to take over, one kiosk, or if we have one sponsor that wants to do, 3 months worth, 1 quarter's worth of books, we can create some different arrangements that way.
Great. And how often do the books get changed?
Quarterly.
Okay. So once okay, got it.
Yeah, it costs roughly about $1,000 to change out the book. So we're starting with but between copyright and purchases and printing, we actually have to print them ourselves, but it requires special printing. So there's a few things that we have to take into place. It just costs about $1,000 to change out the book.
Okay. Wow. And this is receiving a presentation. We don't need to make a motion or advice recommendation to council on this. They already know, or that's a question. Do they already know about this?
Yeah, the city manager and I have been talking about it for some time. He had mentioned that he had mentioned it to them in one of his recent updates. So I believe they know. But you don't need to make any action at this point. We're just making sure that Commission is aware of this great, unique opportunity that we're working on with the foundation.
Last question. Is there going to be any kind of inaugural ceremony when the story walk is installed?
If we could have a ribbon cutting, we're going to have a ribbon cutting of some sort. That would be fantastic. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens with COVID.
True.
So hopefully we can do something to celebrate the arrival of the kiosks in the story walk.
Great. Well, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Janelle. Okay. Moving on to department reports.
Actually, Chair, we have one more item before we go to department reports.
Oh.
And that is to confirm our annual calendar.
Yeah, you're right. It's the review of the item A6, review of the 2021 Parks and Community Service Commission meeting schedule, and determine if any dates need to be changed due to conflicts. Okay.
Liz, you want to do it, or do you want me to do a quickie? I can do it. Okay, so Chair, Commission, we bring this item to you every year. It's a matter of just confirming our annual calendar and schedule of meetings for the next year. We do regularly take off at least 1 month during the summer, and we off and on will take off one of the winter months as well. So at this point, it is better for us to keep a meeting on the calendar rather than remove one and have to add it later. So I guess what I'm saying is let's not take them off if we don't think we need to, but if we know we're not going to be around, then let's take them off. So some potential conflicts we have is our CPRS conference happens the 3rd week in March. It is all virtual this year. So it probably isn't really a conflict. I already mentioned summer, and then Veterans Day. Actually, our meeting falls on Veterans Day. So if we wanted to have the November meeting, we would need to change that because we don't work on Veterans Day. Well, we do, but we host the ceremony and not this kind of stuff. So Veterans Day, November month, we either take off or reschedule.
Okay.
So I will tell you that the July 8th meeting, assuming COVID clears up and some semblance of a camping vacation can occur, I am not planning on being in town that week.
I would not be available for the July meeting either.
Okay. Other commissioners regarding the schedule?
It looks fine to me, although I plan on taking off as soon as I can too.
Yep. Yes, looks fine to me. So, barring any objection to the current schedule.
I clearly didn't print it. What was the November date that we would reschedule it for?
Yeah, I was just going to ask. So the one point that sounds like might need some clarification is what to do with November. Do we cancel or reschedule?
Thanksgiving is very late that year. It's not, sorry, this year. It's not until the last Thursday, the 25th. So we could reschedule to just the following week, the 18th.
I would also prefer to reschedule. It's nice to have our meetings on the calendar. You know, the COVID situation is it's a moving target. So let's have it on in case, stuff happens. So with that amendment, are my fellow commissioners in agreement with the schedule as amended? I see a lot of heads nods. Okay. Right? Okay.
So July is our summer recess. We will have all the rest of the months as shown, with the exception of November, which will be November 18th.
Right. And let's make it official. Can I have a motion to approve the 2021 Parks and Community Services meeting schedule with amendments?
I move that we approve, cut out July and move the 11th of November to the 18th.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Okay. Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to department reports, starting with B1, receiving a report on recent and upcoming recreation programs and events.
So, Chair, I think in light of the time and the hour that we can kind of whiz through these, I would encourage you all to take some time and read through each of these reports. They'll go pretty quick. I think most excitingly for recreation, February looks like a pretty fun month. The foundation has a really cool idea that we're participating and helping them with. It will be, February is Black History Month and some other cultural events, and we're going to be highlighting those as a part of our website and other information. So that's the highlight out of Rec. Aquatics, February is kind of light. January was light. We're going to continue that light aquatic schedule in February, focusing on lap swim and water aerobics primarily. AHI after school program will start up in mid to late February and run for approximately 4 to 6 weeks. Moving on to Shilon's projects and volunteer stuff. We do have a couple of volunteer projects. One scheduled, actually we just canceled the one for January because we're still in the stay-at-home order. And we have one planned for February, and it'll be entirely reliant on whether or not we're out of the shelter-at-home thing. Other project-related stuff, we're starting to put together some motion to bring the design back for new open space trail project to get that going and hopefully under construction by the summer. I think that's it as notable items there. As far as director's update, let's see. We are going to be resurrecting the Fee Philosophy Committee. We were originally planning on having a meeting with that group at the end of this month. I just got sent information from the city of Napa that they are doing a Fee Philosophy cohort with a consulting group, that we might be able to get some advice, some professional, national-wide consulting advice for relatively inexpensive. So I'm starting to look into that a little bit. So we might delay our meeting until we find out more about it. Let's see. I am starting to sit down with each of the commissioners. I think we have everyone except Commissioner Margolotti scheduled, and I've already met with Commissioner Griggs and Einberger, so others are next week, and then Margolotti and I have to schedule a time still. And I think the last note that I'll leave you with is that our city council is, I'm very interested in this, going to be doing a strategic planning session at the end of this month, in which they're going to rehash the strategic plan from several years ago and bring it in with some new, recent, current information. I'm really excited to see what that has in store for us, and give us some direction from council on some priorities for not only the commission but the department as a whole. So that's interesting and exciting for us. And I think I'll leave it at that. That was a whirlwind update that normally would take us an hour, and I just did it in 5 minutes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's great. It is a little past 10:30, so thank you. The last business item is B5. Any items for future consideration from the commissioners? And just go ahead and speak up, I think, at this point.
It might be interesting to have a report on this, because we will have met a few times, the senior... I don't know if it's called Senior Stakeholders Committee or whatever it is specifically called, but that might be interesting just to kind of give a little update on that. And there was another question that came up in the public comments at the beginning about the dogs in the dog park. Not in the dog park, in the garden. I'm just kind of curious about that, because that seems kind of gross.
Yeah, that's worthy of being an item for future consideration. I think specifically signage and or, well, policy, and I think signage would follow from that.
Yeah.
Well, just a quick note, there were 2 signs installed last year, and they were stolen, taken down, vandalized, whatever the case is.
Oh boy. Okay.
So we can certainly bring that item back. I think it'll be a short discussion.
Okay.
Agreed. Any other items for future consideration? Okay, so hearing no items, can we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
And I second it.
Okay. So let's vote. We all move to adjourn?
Yes.
Aye. Thank you. Meeting is, okay, the time is 10:35. Meeting is adjourned. And, but welcome on board Commissioners Griggs and Munn. It's great to be back to full strength. So it's glad to have you here.
It is, and we promise you that they don't all last this long.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be a part of this group and looking forward to working with all of you. And, just from my perspective, all of my experience with PCS has gone past 10:30 to this point. So really, anything that gets out before 10, I'll be like,
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Okay.
Thank you.
you too.